And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Garden Live. We are with Claude. And now we are hanging out and talking about a variety of different things. So, here he is. He is having a good evening. The Claude the cat, he's now scratching himself. So, hey Vash, welcome to the stream, buddy. Glad you can make it. All right, so we had this, right now it is stormy. It's not really stormy, but it is cloudy and windy at the moment. The cat is having the spa right now. He's at his spa right now, and he's getting himself well groomed. And we had a very great stream last night about the different paranormal activities and things people have seen. It's always nice to see and hear about people's encounters. Now, we are having an alien cat encounter at the moment. So, there has been lots of interesting things today with the trial, because the trial thing was around the evening time. It was a brief hearing, and tomorrow will be the full day about it. And we'll see how that goes. And you see, Claude, he's from a feline planet, and his mission is to completely encapsulate all the humans. That's what he wants to do. And now he's stretching. The garden cat is stretching, and now he is sitting there peacefully. All right. So, some people don't think that ghosts and stuff like that exists, but I definitely do think there's some sort of a spiritual realm of some kind, because people, definitely on this show, we've talked about there is lots of encounters of something paranormal, or people hearing or seeing cryptids. That is another one that people have seen. He is a fur Urama cat. Yes, that is true. Furorama, definitely. Yeah, and now we're going to go and look around. So there has been some pretty teamy weather that has happened, and it has caused lots of rain, and the plants and all are okay, but let's see, show you all everything. It definitely makes the ground very swampy, because this land is actually a swamp, and it will completely turn into marshland when it rains too much. That is true. So, looking up there, yeah, that is the clouds passing over because of this right here. Yes. All right. So, my points are that I think the aliens and stuff like that do exist, and there's some other paranormal things going on out there, because just too many people have seen things that are just not explainable. And yeah, we're going to see if we see any of the banded puppies. I mean, not the swamp puppies, we call them now. Right, because, usually when it's like this, the different animals and stuff don't come out as much. When it rains, they go for shelter. But, and after it rains, it'll certainly have a scent to it because of the different spores opening up. That is something that is very true. But yeah, so there are times where electrical fields will glitch out when somebody sees a ghost type thing. Like sometimes the lights flicker, stuff, because that goes with the Haytane Good to see you, buddy. You know, the light flickers and it causes some electromagnetic issue to it. So that was the theory that I've talked about before, that ghosts have some sort of electric field that can be detected by that, you know, by using electric readers, because that's what people certainly have done throughout time. And that just proves that. I wonder if that is an eye of something right there. I see it through the trees. Let's see. Yeah. Those look like eyes to me. Scared. All right. So, anyway, the spirits and stuff, I think, are based off electricity of some kind, and they could be detected those types of ways. And people think it's not real, but I do think that there's certainly strong evidence and proof for it. There has been just too many things that have been shown about that. Yeah. I wonder if we're seeing a cryptid of some kind, because it's a little eye that's peeking out. Yeah. It's like a cyclops cryptid right there from the swamp. As I said, I don't know. I don't really know what it is, but it's something. You know, the other things are just plants, but that right there is an eye. I kind of looked like an eye for a second, but kind of darted away. So, yeah, definitely, you know, people will even feel something cold, right? When people are having an encounter, they'll feel something cold swipe past them. But the cold swiping past them is some sort of spiritual energy. Yep, and the eye went away. Yep, so it must be one of the swamp puppies. Okay. Thank you, Deborah. Hey, Marion, if I said you're wrong, pardon me. Now, we're going to get closer to it. Let's see if we can get one of these things to move. All right. Let's see. Let's see if we can locate it. That is a raccoon. A swamp puppy is a raccoon. Okay, I mean, I don't still see it, but I'm sure it's still there lurking. So we are... Salute to you, Brig. Welcome to the stream, buddy. We are looking at some mysterious thing in the swamp right now, and it looks kind of like a little eye. I don't really see it, but people still see it. So sometimes we'll see little things dark. You see? I just heard it over there. Yep. Deborah was correct. Yeah, I hear it. Okay, because I saw one eye just peeking at me, and I'm talking about ghosts and cryptids, and this, I see one eye, like a cyclops thing, you know, peering at me. Okay. Let's see. So they could have slithered off. Hello, John. Hey, Thomas. Welcome to the stream. So it seems that he must have, I heard him go that way, in that direction, but yeah, he is somewhere around here, but usually they're kind of quiet during these types of weathers. So, okay, a snake. You know, I do have snakes around here. It is a giant gray snake. He seems to come out during the daytime in the summer. I guess, you know, I'll do a stream at some point about him if he pops back out, but he hasn't been out in a while. And God willing, I don't go and get a little bite by him, because I'd rather not get bitten by him, but we could observe him from a distance. So this is where a lot of swamp puppies appear. And they kind of dart around, make lots of noise, and so the critter went that way. You're welcome, John. You know, when I was about 2015 or so, there was a time where there was a little garden snake, and we got him in a cup. It was the cutest little thing ever. He could be in a Disney movie, and he had big eyes, and he was just with his tail, he was just moving around, and it was fascinating. And we relocated him to a different spot somewhere. So, Newport cigarettes, okay. And I hear something again. Okay, I hear something this way. Okay, and I don't smoke anything. It's not good. I believe it's not good, but I would say that the camels are probably more, you know, natural tasting. But all that stuff is bad though. John, we are observing the garden, which is huge, and we are just patrolling it and looking for any type of, observing and looking for any kind of animals, critters, bugs or anything. We're just kind of patrolling and watching things and seeing if we could find a supernatural entity of some kind too. And Sloth says, you know what? That is somewhat true, because there's a time where I saw a UAP in the sky, and a UFO, that's what I called them, and it was a blue orb that was floating, and it went way up in the air, and it looked like a very big star, a little star. That's what it looked like. And it disappeared, so they don't like to be on camera. Only Skinny Bob and J-Rod like to be on camera. So, yeah, that is true. And, okay, look right there. There's a little bug right there. Okay, am I back now? Maybe I'm back now. Okay. So, hey, chat. Let me know. See, I was getting too low for a second, and it caused me to go out for a moment. But anyway, this is, hello, Chad. And, okay, maybe it was my drone. Oh, maybe it was your drone. Yeah, maybe it was your drone. So, I thought it could have been a drone, but it didn't have any blinking lights on it, and it was just a complete blue sphere, a blue orb. That's what it was. Maybe it was a crocodile. Oh, yeah, maybe it was a crocodile. Yeah. Now, crocodiles, I have seen Yes, it looks like croc territory. It does. Now, technically, the crocs are near here, but they're not directly around me at the moment. It's possible for them to come, but it's something that I have not seen in this region yet, but I've seen them in other regions. And the crocs, I've been to a very, very swampy area that's much more swampy looking than this, and it's, the crocs will just be lurking in the shadows. Yeah, Brig. Now, people in different places call them different things. So, if they call them crocs, I don't mind calling them a crocodile. But, yeah, it's more gators. Where I am, it would be... Thank you, Brig, though. Thank you, Brig. That is true. They're more like gators than they are crocodiles. And I am not completely remembering the differences about them, but they are around near me, but not in this very location. But I mean, it's possible it could happen. but it's not been, I mean, it hasn't happened yet, but maybe it will happen at some point. But yeah, definitely where I am, gators are the thing. Like, you have everything as a gator. Or the school I went to, they called themselves, well, the first one I went to was called Gators. Yeah. So, space weed, yep. You got that right, Stinson. Thomas, it's similar to like Star Wars, like the Force. It's similar to the Force. How we can't see it, but it's all around us. All right, so I went to an area where the gators, crocs, whatever people want to call them, were, you know, in ditches and stuff, and you kind of have to like kind of watch. I mean, I got close to a body of water and took a picture by it, and my family in England was like, they were a little bit concerned, but Brandon, we are summoning swamp puppies right now. The demons might be all over on the next episode. Just joking. But John, I love fishing. But yeah, anyway, but no, I didn't. I've seen them in aquariums and zoos and stuff, but I've seen them before in bodies of water, yes, but not in this region. Yes, Brandon, we're not. I don't summon demons. I'm not into that at all. I want to summon angels instead. Yeah. I know it looks like a spooky scene, but we're not doing anything like that. I know it looks like we're about to do some crazy stuff in the middle of the woods, but we're not. We're just observing, seeing if we find anything crazy, because we find crazy things sometimes. And one time I went fishing in a river, and all over a cliff, and the fish were smart, and they took the bait. Yeah, summoning banded puppies. Yes. And the fish took the bait every single time. They were very, very smart fish. They're evolved fish. And I don't really know what was down there doing it, though. If there was a croc or a gator or a Timu turtle, but something, or maybe it was a practical joke. But yeah, somebody was not catching the bait, and that was me. So, you know, I've been like in a fishing boat before, and a few times, and sometimes I didn't catch anything. Other times I caught something. I caught a couple of, like, sometimes you catch no fish, and other times you'll catch a lot of fish. Hello, Slim. This is actually something else, but it looks like it, but it's not. It's something from space. John, that's a very good question. Yeah, Slim, it is very cool. When I was a kid, I thought it was weed, but no. Now, as I've said before, it has nothing to do with cannabis, but they're both related to sunflowers. Okay, this plant and them are related to sunflowers, but that's the only link they have. It's not. It's the ancient people used this plant for making bread and using herbal medicines, so it's something like that. But it's not the same thing. Yes, it is very beautiful. Yeah, I think the weed. You know, I'm very into plants. Weed is a very beautiful plant, and this is too. It looks like its cousin, but it isn't. Probably some sort of oil of some kind. Yeah, probably out of the seeds. It would be some sort of vegetable oil, though. Just like there's the tallow tree over there from China, and the seeds were used to make oil and to make candles and stuff. It's a tree I have, but it's so I have things we turn into different types of oils. Yeah, but yeah. So okay, so John, I'll tell you this: I've caught a shark before. I don't know. There was one time I was fishing, yeah, just keep hitting that like button, and later on, maybe we'll show parts of the house. Yeah, and we got to get over 20, and beyond yesterday, we got 57 likes and nearly 2,000 views. So yesterday was a cool stream, but yeah, you have to get those likes up, definitely. All right, so, and you'll see my face too. And another thing that happened was when I was fishing with my grandpa one time, I saw this. I was fishing in a big lake. Yeah, I know, Anna. I know. Good to see you, Anna, by the way. And yeah, so what happened was, John, I was fishing, and I was a kid, but there was something underwater that I caught when I was fishing that felt like a car, or felt like that was caught on something. It was strong as an ox. It was huge. It was like nearly breaking the fishing pole. And my grandpa tried to do it too, and I saw a head bobbing up and down. It was some sort of a sea creature of some kind. And we had to cut the line, but man, it was heavy, whatever it was. So that could have been a shark. Can't tell you anything, mister. Scared. Yeah, Anna likes to. Shout out to Anna. She likes to make the stream a fun party. Yeah. And the alien mister needs to learn to have fun sometimes. John, tell me what your brother caught. I'm curious. Yeah, and bust balls, yes. Exactly. That is my favorite right there, Anna. Yep. And okay, so John said 2 feet tall fish, trower or catfish. Okay. And also, what we did was, Anna's channeling Abby. Facts. And that was nice. There we go. And that is a tall fish. I mean, definitely. Catfish are very cool. There's some bodies of water where they have really huge catfish that they're the size of a car. So there are some incredible catches out there. Deadliest Timu catch. Hello, everybody. We are observing nature at the moment. So yeah, smash that like button, grape it all up, and there we go. So, hello, everybody. We are observing nature right now, and we're looking for different types of critters and talking about fish stories. John, and I talk about UFOs and extraterrestrials here all the time, along with many other topics. And there is something that I have spoken about where I have lots of things where I think, lots of theories where I believe underwater there are so many things underwater that we don't know about, and we have not explored most of our oceans. So that is something that I think we have lacked in seeing. So, yeah, I think our oceans have so many unexplored regions. Cat sighting. Okay. Let's see about that. So, those are facts, not beliefs. Yeah. There you go. That's the spirit I like. They're facts, not beliefs. Because one time somebody was fishing in the ocean and they found like some weird squiggly thing. And people are looking in space, but there's so many things in our oceans we don't know about. Yeah. Now, I do believe in aliens and interdimensional beings and all that stuff. But I definitely believe in our oceans. There's so many things that are yet to be seen. Yeah, the Mariana Trench. Claude was out here a moment ago, but he is not here at the moment. Oh, nice, Maria. Awesome. This is a shingle path right here. And there's lots of mud because of the rain happened. Claude is over there. Come on, buddy. And, hey, Pikmin. It is, Anana says, well, there's depths of the ocean that don't... humans can get that far down and survive. Yeah, that is true. That is true. There's lots of regions where humans wouldn't survive. He is going up there for some reason. Hello, TW. Welcome to the stream. Claude. Our new friends are coming from here. These phone lives. There's a cat sighting right there. These Anna, yesterday the stream got nearly 2,000 views. And let's see. So we're hanging out watching cats and different creatures in nature. There's a Claude. Yep, ocean is a scary place. Volcanic vents support life also at great depths. Yeah. Yeah. And he must see another cat somewhere in there. We're going to calm him down and get him this way. You see, on the screen right now is a cat sighting. Yes. Yes. In this chat, yeah, the traffic, the people are seeing these phone lives, and they're very popular, and people like them. That's where our new friends are coming from. Hello, Claude. All right. And visible fish are a lot more. Yeah, especially in the abyssal trench. Yeah. I heard about myth that a person made it to 700 meters in the ocean. You've heard of that? Okay, that is interesting. That is interesting. It could be. I believe a lot of different theories these days. It's a shapeshifter. Ah, okay. I gotcha. Go from there. All right, here's Claude. Israel says, yes, Pikmin. James Karen did go down there. That's true. Here is our feline friend. And Maria, I believe that aliens are from the ocean. Now, I do think there are aliens from above, and I think there are aliens from, this is going to sound wild, but I do believe there are aliens from another dimension. I believe they're interdimensional, and I do believe they're in the oceans. Anne and I have talked about that before. And I think that the extraterrestrials, the aliens, there is this, in the ocean, there was a Hayden, it could be a cat, but it's a Claude. That's something I know for certain. And Maria says, so yeah, aliens are in the oceans. There's people in the Navy, in the military, that have seen the extraterrestrials coming from the oceans. And so, for instance, they're in the Navy, they're on ships and stuff, and they saw these orbs come out from the ocean. Thus, and I believe the Sasquatch is real. Oh, yeah, Claude is sweet. And there is a congressman was talking about it. There is a base that 100. Oh, hello, Lori. Good to see you. There is a 100-foot long. No, it was a football field size ship of some kind that an orb was going to. So yes, I believe the USO. They're called USOs. I do believe they're coming from the oceans. So yes, Maria, I believe that they are coming from the oceans. And how much we gotta pay you to take James Cameron's submersible and go to Mariana Trench? I'd do it for free, really. That'd be really cool to see. And I would trust Cameron, because Cameron, he is very good at making submersibles. And, you know, Cameron was very good at making submersibles. And not like Ocean Gate, when the thing imploded on itself. I don't believe that was real. That is a Claude. And the name of the cat is Claude. Skibbs, I'm getting the information from my alien brain. That's where I'm getting it from. It's all over the internet. You know, Congress is talking about it. Your uncle's talking about it. Everybody's talking about it. Are you ready to Sunday night when WWE champion John Cena defends his title? And that'll be interesting, Gran, to see if it works. That'll be interesting to see if that works. If he wins. And continuing. Let's see, Dave. Yeah, it's definitely a Chihuahua. Yeah. See, bites like a Chihuahua. That's something he does. Yeah, definitely. Pikmin, that is true. Aliens. Hello, Noel. Good to see you. Okay, so in War of the Worlds, Morgan Freeman was a very brilliant genius at doing that. He was very brilliant at speaking about in that film. You can pet the Claude, sure. And another thing that happened was Chinese food. Okay, so in War of the Worlds, they got messed up by our bacteria and our germs and stuff, and that made the aliens sick in that. Similar to how the indigenous people, Native Americans in the South America got sick from the flu, the aliens got sick from our bacteria here on Earth. That's what happened to them. I know, Jay, I wish you were lying too, but I know it is real. I know it happens over there. Yeah, they don't want to be seen. They want to be incognito about it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, facts. And what is Freeman? Let's see. Maria says, I'm curious on your insight. So I see lots of objects in the sky day and night, not planes or helicopters a lot. What do you think those could be? Maria, I think what those are. So I'm going to explain to you what a couple of different things are. And you could, remember in your mind what you saw. Okay, so there are these entities that are in the sky, and there's orbs. So an orb is either a blue, light colored, or some other type of colored globular floating object. Looks kind of like a star, but it floats around, and it does all kinds of erratic things, and it moves in strange directions, and sometimes you'll see a cluster of them. Other times there will be something called a plasmoid, and it looks kind of like a gooey thing, or a very rainbowish, glowing hue. Okay, that's what you're seeing, Maria. Okay, Maria, so what you're seeing is an orb. The globular flying things at night. Now, there are drones and stuff that are out there too, but if there's no like blinking lights consistently, yeah, it's some sort of an orb. And an orb is a type of UFO, and similar to the angelic Ophium. Oh, it's flashing different colors. Okay, that to me sounds like it could be an orb, and it sounds like a plasmoid too. So the plasmoid, it kind of like a rainbow wheel of glowing colors. So it could be three things. It's possible it could be a drone, but I don't really think it's a drone, but it could be. And another thing it can be is an orb or a plasmoid, because the plasmoids are kind of glowing, and they kind of like a color wheel of different colors, and they flip around different colors. And the other thing is the orb, which is a globular thing that kind of flies around and looks weird. Cap, ghost plants are very spicy, so I can understand why people wouldn't want to respect them, but they are very hot. Yes, absolutely, John. And we will be going in at some point later in the stream, and we'll show you all myself in the house. Yeah. At the moment, we are doing the garden live, so we're going to complete that and then go in a little bit later and show it. And I would like the likes to keep on going up so we can keep on doing that. And the 32 people can hit the like button. That's nice. Oh, Marie. Okay, Maria. Yeah, that is what you're seeing, and a lot of people will. Yes, it does change forms. I agree. Definitely. And yeah, and animals sensitive to spirits. Yes, I do agree. And the animals are sensitive to spirits, and they can see a lot of things. Like, yeah, so they could see a lot of things, and this is what happens. So sometimes animals and cats and dogs can see all kinds of things outside and inside. They'll look at something that isn't there. So there's a theory that the animals are very spiritual, and they can see things from the spiritual realm. So that is what I think about that. And let's see. So I do believe Pikmin, they could see paranormal activity. Yes. Okay, Mr. of the World's type E. Okay. Do you want to know someone that happened in my kindergarten school? Yeah, what is that about, John? Sure. And yeah, I agree. Oh, yeah, thank you, Platinum. Facts. All right, and aliens already infiltrated the government. Were working for them. Yeah, there is a thing that happened where the government and our government. Oh, thank you, Maria. I am glad that you found this live too. Very nice to chat with, and I appreciate the feedback and letting me know about your experience. And okay, and this is what, okay, I want to get to everybody. Okay, so yes, Pikmin, what happened was one of the presidents, Eisenhower, they made this agreement with the aliens to sell out the human race for their technology. There was another thing that occurred where they Carter too. Carter was in contact with them as well. So yeah. And when meteorites crashed on the planet, there's these green glass like rocks. Forgot what it's called, but it looks like a kryptonite Superman. Oh yes, yeah. So that is very cool. Hello, mermaid. Hello, Claude. Yes. Hello, mermaid. Shout out to mermaid. Great to have her here. And hello, DC. All right. And when meteorite crashed into the planet, it was green glass rocks and friend. Okay, thank you. And hello, Teddy. Everybody else coming in. All right. Let's continue. And I feel like the cat is talking to us telepathically. You are correct, Breeze. They are telepathically communicating with us. And they are speaking, and Claude is speaking the chat. That is true. Oh, thank you, You're Cozy. You're Cozy. I got something to show you. Scared. Yeah, aliens definitely have some bases hidden in the oceans. Yeah, they definitely have bases hidden in the ocean. All over the ocean. And the ocean is the Navy and stuff are seeing those orbs and things. Oh, Maria, welcome to the Spaceship Macaroni crew. A quest too good to bite. I feel like the cat is yeah, yes, okay. It's not what you think it is, but it looks like something. It's not what it... You're looking for humans for real. DC, one of my friends is concerned about the Great Reset. And that is something that I am concerned about as well. It's not really an oak tree, but that's getting warm. We will have a lot of activity from the fallout. Yeah, I agree. There are 100 billion universes outside of our own, with another 100 billion stars like ours own, each with 100 billion planets like our orbiting each other. Chances of aliens are better than not. You see, that's exactly what I think. You know, I think, in my opinion, that it is, let's see. Yeah, billion stars. Yep. Yeah. So there's definitely aliens out there. There is definitely extraterrestrials out there and other life forms in the universe. And Great Reset is nuclear war. Yeah, there is a nuclear war talked about, and through different religions talk about a nuclear war happening. You know, that is something that may be taken into consideration, and that's why they're building all those bunkers. You know, yeah. I feel like the plant has been quarantined and under some gigantic blockade. Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, and there's your cozy. There's that adrenochrome. The reptilians love their adrenochrome. And the elites and stuff, like over on Epstein's island and stuff. And what's his name? John, that's messed up that the kid bit you in the ear for no reason. When I was a kid, at one point, something like that happened to me, I think, and it was cringe. So I know what you're talking about. It's messed up. I know, dude. It is a Lodica. You know, you just read some books and do some push-ups, and you won't be dumb anymore. Oh, thank you, Brig. Right. Dude is a vampire. Rar, yes. Good evening. Right. Yes, amen, mermaid. We're all younger solar system, I think, replaced in labor and probably forgotten about. I don't believe God has forgotten about us, but definitely there has been a lot of different universes constructed. Hello, I have two. Oh, yes, that is God's blessings are our children, right? We will rest upon the new grid. Once the cage gets pulled up away and they lose power 5 years ago, repair it impossible, yes. And emo, and let's see. Right, and 500 years, like the vampire, like Orlok, he lived for 500 years. Oh, hello, Azumi. Welcome to the stream. I think reptiles are pretty cool. I think reptiles are pretty cool, and I like the lizards. There's lots of reptiles around here, but I don't see them at the moment. But yeah, there are lots of reptiles and lizards and stuff that are lurking around, and the snakes and stuff. So yeah, I do think they're interesting. My favorite one are the amphibians, the frogs. Your cozy look of human blood cannot consume that much, and yeah, demons have no idea how humans work. And also we're gonna respect the mods and not act like idiots. All right, you're cozy. Thank you. And I don't even have a penny. I don't have any pennies to spare. I'm just from another planet. Yeah, so he needs to check his hard drive. That's true. Nice. I caught a white non-albino morph here lately. Okay. And I am not an alien cannibal personally, but there are aliens that are cannibals. Like the lizard aliens, they're the cannibals. Yeah, shop elsewhere. Yeah, it's ladies that you can't get. Right. Maria says, thanks. I feel that this place is for me great insight and not to be judged. Unexplainable experiences. People usually give me weird looks when I say this stuff in the sky. Oh no, I don't. I, I definitely agree with you, and you can feel free to be yourself and say what you want here. And since I was in 3rd or 4th grade, I was advocacy for people talking about these types of things. So you were in the right place, and one of my friends who's a conspiracy theorist was always like thought of as a fool, but now all of his conspiracy theories are coming true. So you are welcomed here to say whatever you're seeing. I appreciate it. And chat, we're gonna just be cool and respectful, and the mods can do what they want to the trolls if they like. All right. I am an alien, actually. Their aunt and uncle. Yep, that makes sense. Yeah. The reptilians don't have access to here anymore. Their thermotic space needle that has been shut down. Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, and I'm friendly, troll, blessings, foolish mortals. All right. I just... Oh, thank you. I'm just using... I just use YouTube at the moment. Oh, he's yawning. He's yawning. Hey, UAP, good to see you again, buddy. Yeah, definitely Claude is the best. Better than all the rest. All right, and Claude is going somewhere. Yes, Mermaid is extremely beautiful. And the simps are going to try to take her, but they can't have her. Right. And those with wrenches do what you must to defend the spaceship. Like what Palpatine said to Darth Vader, do what must be done, Lord Vader. And yeah, Claude's the best. Don't say too much or you might get... Yeah. And... yeah, I know, but I trust in God that we'll be okay. But I'm going to talk about the aliens anyway, but I understand what you mean. Look, a banded puppy, chat. Finally, a swamp puppy. We found him. That's a close one. I believe that lizard aliens are here on Earth. And I believe they're in another dimension. I think it's both. And they're absorbing the energy from the forces of darkness. And for, on this Earth, like all kinds of messed up things that happen in the world are from them. We are doing good. Swamp puppies, yeah. There is only two rules. If you want to succeed in life, never tell anybody everything you know. Facts. Yeah. And so I think the lizard aliens are on Earth. And I do think, the Bible says, now people don't have to be religious, but the Bible does show insight on this. And the Bible says that there are the fallen sons of God, and they have dominion over the earth and the leaders of the earth. So people that are leaders of the earth are influenced by them too. And they have descendants of them. And I do believe there are people that may be shape-shifting reptiles too. I believe there's truth to that theory as well. Like Epstein, for instance. So that is what I think. And you think aliens are toying with us? Everything that happens on Earth in history is they control. What is that? Oh, it's a raccoon. And that's what this thing is. What we're seeing is a raccoon, and I call it a swamp puppy. Right. No, it's called a raccoon. It's similar to a fox, but it's a raccoon. Not a possum. Not a possum. No, I don't get too close to them. I don't mess with their energy, and they seem to get close to me and like me. Philip, it's very difficult to see, and I'm good with camera edits, like camera taking videos. Maybe I can make something look like something exaggerated, and it's kind of like hiding in the brush, so it's hard to see. But no, and maybe some people may not see raccoons that often where they are. Like, I don't have any foxes here, but they do look kind of like foxes. I don't touch wild animals. Yes, we're hunting skinwalkers. And the Wendigo. Yes. Yes, that is true. They are swamp puppies. And these are the smaller swamp puppies. King, I agree that they helped make the pyramids. Oh, you joined the herd of lizard people. All right, let's see. All right, thank you, Lori, for monitoring the chat. I appreciate it. Yes, there's lots of animals here at night, and they're nocturnal animals, right? One night, the swamp puppy came right up to the camera. Yeah, that is true. That is true. He peeked through the bush. Yeah, exactly. He peeked through the bush, and it has big eyes. It's like, and it had a similar look as a fox. Yeah, it's okay. And I'm also good with filming stuff. And yeah, Wendigo, I love hunting that. Yes, I swear I have a story about a Wendigo my grandpa saw. All right, TD, tell me about your story. The Skinwalker single. Yes. Yeah, T-Todd, we want to hear your encounter that your grandfather had. Shout out to all of you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate all of you. Scared. Okay. All right, so scared. Pikmin, I do. Yes, Pennywise was based off of something real, or some mythology. Yes. And that is the thing that he saw. Yeah, I agree, Mermaid. I agree. And it's symbolic. Also, Pennywise is symbolic. You know, for instance, like Epstein was a Pennywise type critter. I know what you meant it literally, and I'll answer your question. But I do believe, like, you know, Epstein's like Pennywise and his cronies. And I do think that Stephen King made it into something metaphorical. But yes, there is something called the Nephilim, and they're able to shapeshift and do things like that, and they're very tall and they had big foreheads. So I do think that the Nephilim is similar to Pennywise, and there are some like lizard alien type shapeshifters. So that's what it reminds me the most of, and things like Epstein. Lori says, I think I work with Pennywise. King, I believe there are beasts in the oceans. I think there are beasts in the oceans that are similar to that. So yes, I believe something like that either did exist or does exist. Okay, yeah. Shout out to Gabe Horn. All right, an OG. Okay. And he said, look at the deer, but okay, say TD's telling me something, and I'm okay. And he said, okay, Lori, thank you for keeping chat in check. I appreciate it. And he said it looked like a deer, but like wrong. Okay. And it was many years ago, but yeah. He hunts deer, and he said he saw something at night, and it wasn't really a deer. Okay. Maria said, yes, we all have a Pennywise the Clown at work. Right. Okay, thank you, Sosa Man. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you being here. Creep, Crow. I think that cryptids are real. I think they can be possibly fallen angel entities. So the fallen, okay, two different ways you could view it. Both can be true, one or the other, depending what you believe. Either there are aliens that came here that created hybrid creations, or there's fallen angels that came here and created hybrid creatures by mixing with them. I believe both are true, but really the aliens and demons are kind of the same thing. So, not all of them, but I believe a lot of them are the same thing. So what happened was these entities created these strange hybrid creatures, and some of them survived. Or later on, after the Great Flood, they were able to recreate some of them. Another theory that I have is we just have some strange cryptid-type creatures that we're not completely aware of, like the platypus is a cryptid, the gorilla is a cryptid, so I believe there are things that are like that out there. And, oh, hello, Chur Brother, Chur Bro, welcome to the stream. So that is what I think, in my opinion. It was something, that a creature that exists that we're not aware of, and some sort of fallen entity of some kind. Yeah, that was, I believe, that was either Sand or the White Man. Yeah, shout out to both of them. All right, chat, let's see. Okay, and then we have Skinwalker. I don't know on at least, and Skinwalker and Bad Range Bait. Boy can't even spell right, and probably and same razor as username. I will always be that one person who saw UFO or no will ever believe me except for my family. Yeah, I know. It's like you saw UFO, you saw UFO. It's like there's too many people that are seeing UFOs and stuff like that. And you did see what you saw. It's like people that are stupid and think it's not true are going to have to write you an apology letter. Gary, we are looking for swamp puppies, wild animals, and just monitoring everything. Yeah, no politics in chat. I agree. Yeah. And thank you for paid membership. And yes, lizard. Okay, lizards are one of the aliens. Yes. And okay, Maria, I'll tell you what a cryptid is. A cryptid is a entity that is known as a myth. So, I'll give you an example. So people were saying they were seeing a creature with fins and a tail, a beaver tail, and a duck beak. And it's supposedly a mythological creature that doesn't exist. Oh, thank you, Brig, for sending more. Oh, shout out to Karma B. All right. Oh, thank you. Thank you, the Brig. Shout out to Brig, too, for gifting memberships. That is awesome. 5 memberships. So that's what a cryptid is. A cryptid is a mythical creature that doesn't exist, but people believe it does exist. Another way I could explain it is there are sightings of mysterious creatures like the Loch Ness Monster or like Bigfoot or like a platypus, and people say it's not real because it's very strange, but it actually does exist. So that is what a cryptid is. It's just some, like, for instance, gorillas were cryptids. Those are cryptids. Gorillas are cryptids, and platypuses are cryptids. And it's just something they thought was mythological that actually exists. Oh, hello, Saw Girl. So that's what it is. I hope that answers your question. And for instance, a skinwalker, Bigfoot, those are cryptids. A confirmed cryptid that does exist is a platypus and a gorilla. They thought they were myths. And any other questions, I'm all ears. All right. So shout out to all of you in chat. Thank you, mods, for keeping the trolls in check. And I'm going to see about getting to all of your messages. All right. So. All right. And yes, you're correct, Dan. The Komodo dragon was one. And yeah, Mothman. Yes, Mothman. All right. Yes, a myth was there because it used to exist. All right, and oh, I'm not gonna get. They don't have any ticks out here. Empty field, right? Okay. Yeah, smash that like button. Absolutely. Yes, Norwal was a cryptid. The Komodo dragon was a cryptid. And I believe that in chat, if you remember any other cryptids, let me know, because that's why I have a team of people in chat, because a team of people is the way you have success, not just one person. And Bigfoot is us humans. Why? Because it's what we should become without alien interference. Yes, yes. I hope dragons are real, at least. They make them in a lab. And Lilith says, I think aliens are pretty afraid of us because of how we react, and we aren't familiar with. Lilith, I do think that aliens, have issues with us because the way we just destroy each other all the time. So that's why I would think they would have a problem with us. Now, I do think there are some aliens out there that are actually demons in disguise or some interdimensional being. Now, I think the lizard aliens are bad, but, there are good aliens out there. Like, the Ebians seem like pretty chill. And I do believe... oh, hello, Possum. Okay, Possum Holler is the husband of... is the husband of Virginia Possum from Smoke and Skin. By the way. Yeah, I think that would be cool to meet an alien. Yeah, definitely would be cool. Yeah. Yes, I believe dragons are dinosaurs. I believe dragons are dinosaurs, and I believe that they're kind of one of the abominations that God didn't want there, and the alien hybrid things, the fallen angels came and created them. But yes, I believe dragons existed, and there seems to be still dragon sightings, allegedly. So yeah. Project Hail Mary movie is good, and it was very cute, and Alien was cute in it. Oh, yeah. A lot of times you can make the aliens pretty cute. Yeah. You see, the Sheen... You see, the thing with mine is the zipper broke when he tried to do it because it was from Sheen and Temu. Okay. The thoughts on the Wendigo... Okay, the Wendigo is this cryptid from the ancient indigenous cultures, and... Yeah, you're not from Smoke and Scan, but Virginia Possum is. So, okay, so about the Wendigo. And the Wendigo is this entity that has like big antlers and it kind of stands up. No, she... Oh, okay, you got me there. Okay, she ain't. And scared. And so this is what happened with the Wendigo is this entity that comes out when this giant thing, and it has horns. I mean, it has antlers, and it comes out. Yes, I thought so. Scared. Okay, so this. And yeah, shout out to him. And so that's what the Wendigo, I think, is real. To answer your question, I think it's real. And hello there, Virginia. And so I think the Wendigo is real. And it's something from the Native American indigenous people. And it was this crazy looking thing with like a skull, like a deer skull head. And it would come out. There are 7 horsemen of the apocalypse. And it would come out for human greed and lust and all these different things, and it would cause destruction. I do believe it's symbolic and metaphorical and real. I believe there's a real cryptid, some sort of demonic or entity, or maybe a good entity that just casts judgment on people. Whatever it is, I do believe that is real, yes. All right. What interdimensional beings, what are they? So interdimensional beings... Okay, interdimensional beings are... Okay, so we are in this dimension right now. We are on Earth. For instance, there are people that have... You might ask, alien, what is interdimensional? The interdimensional being... thank you, Thomas. The interdimensional being is this thing that... like an alternate universe, an alternate world that coexists with our world. For instance, people see ghosts, right? And the ghosts passed... through... Oh, you're welcome, Possum. The ghosts pass through one dimension to another dimension, right? So it's something like exists parallel to us, but we cannot see it, and it's like another world that's parallel to our world. So the theory is that the aliens come from another universe. So say there's an alternate universe, all right? And that exists that we cannot see right now. They come through a portal, like a wormhole. Albert Einstein talked about a wormhole that you can pass through one dimension to another. So, oh, thank you, Virginia. Thank you. So the theory is that the aliens come from another universe to our universe, explained through Einstein's type of theory of a wormhole, and it's very delicate how it works, and then it like is able to come through that way. And say there's a fish in a fish bowl, okay, and we are not in the fish bowl, and there's a fish in the ocean. You know, there's different dimensions. So that is an explanation how interdimensional beings work. So there's like a portal, a passageway, a door to another world that we can't see. That's what that is. Okay, that is fine. But aliens are from other dimensions too, besides this one, because people see UFOs and they just pop out of nowhere and they just kind of go through one world to another, and the way they look and they're made, it's a theory now. Maybe it's not true, okay? It's a theory that some of them at least are from some other realm. Oh, shout out to the mods. Shout out to the mods. And very awesome. All right, Tyree, let's see. Oh, native. Okay, skinwalkers are shapeshifters. I got you, Tyree. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, understood. And yeah, skinwalkers definitely are shapeshifters. All right. Wait for the real show coming soon. The theaters near you. Humans refer to plastic brain. Okay. And are you going to show us something? Yeah, you gotta chill out. You know, there's a basement, fumes getting to you, buddy. Right. So that is what the, interdimensional hypothesis is. For instance, the Aleister Crowley was this occultist. Yes, I'm on Bigfoot watch. Yep. There is this interdimensional being, okay? And like Bigfoot, for instance, is known to be interdimensional. Okay, so and people that are natives or that are connected with them somehow would know, but there is native legends talk about a Bigfoot being before the America existed. Geen was a skinwalker. Oh yeah, yeah, he was a skinwalker. All right, yeah, unfortunately, and Mr. Crowley places a portal. Yes. So Crowley, he was able to summon a demon thing called Lam, and which I believe he was evil and wrong, of course. And in this entity he summoned looked like a gray alien. So there's theories that at least some of them are interdimensional beings. You could have some aliens that aren't really. You could have like counterfeit aliens and real aliens. I do believe there's aliens on other planets, but I do believe there are shapeshifters and interdimensional beings. Okay, Lori, good night to you. Thank you for coming. He came from Bigfoot or interdimensional, and they come through the portals just like I forgot the name of it, but there's a ranch where a lot of weird UFO shit happens. It's a Skinwalker Ranch. Right. Yes, we're wizards. Yeah, so Bigfoot is from this, so before the Americans came here, they talked about a Bigfoot, a Sasquatch. The Sasquatch comes from the indigenous Native American words. So the thing about these indigenous Native American people is that this other time, right, the indigenous people talked about the Bigfoot, and it was a wise helper being. That's what it was. Yeah, I know, it looks scary, yeah. And what happened was, this being, the Bigfoot thing, it was a wise helper. And one time I was in a chat room, in a Christian musical chat room, and there was a bunch of trolls and some Christians and some atheists and some chill people, and we're just having debates and talking. And there's some trolls fighting each other and they're attacking the chat. And then at the end of the stream, like towards the morning time, the dude got this intellectual Harvard like conversation with me about the Bigfoot, and there is something called a mysterious helper that was in the woods that helps people that are in trouble in the woods or somewhere. And people say that there was some interdimensional being or some sort of being that helped them through these tough times in the woods, but they couldn't see him. That might be what Bigfoot is. And there's something called a skunk ape that it kind of smells and it's weird. And that thing also is one of those cryptids too. Answer carefully why you... Okay, and... Okay, John, hello there. Okay, so this is what we think. The Hindu gods and those types of gods that came down from heaven, the heavens, they were, in my opinion, the extraterrestrials that people see now. And that's what those things were. They're some sort of extraterrestrial being. And they are certainly everywhere. They're all over the world. Oh, that's a possum. No, it's a raccoon. There he is. It's the banded puppy. What do you call it? Swamp puppy. All right, and let's see what bro is saying. Yes, he summoned that demon and weird name like Moro or something, but I think he ripped this fabric and shrouds the dimensions from each other, and he ushered the modern day. And the oldest group of Native Americans in North California, I forgot their name, they talk about tribe of 10-foot Caucasian, blue-eyed, red-haired, and that they fought. Yes, those are the Nephilims. And UAP was telling me the other night that they were in the native people of New Zealand where I saw things like that too. Yeah, very, very well said. And yeah, but Alice Crowley and a dude named Jack something was part of the NASA organization, Rocket Engineers, and he was a rocket scientist ceremony. Yes, I believe that they're connected with that too. Okay, Bigfoot was friendly and skittish. Oh, okay, thank you for the feedback about that. It's very interesting to know. Terry's. Oh yeah, shout out to the likes. I keep hitting that like button and rape it all, the whole thing. Yeah, appreciate it. And Jack talked about elf people. I believe elves are also something like one of those cryptid things too. And Churbro says, "Yep, okay." All right, and all right, it was like a portal and the humanoid 8-foot creature stepped to like Bigfoot. Oh, okay, Dem. Yeah, I definitely think that, you see, the Nephilims were tall. That's where the height comes from. And people, Mermaid and I were talking about it on a stream one time. She thinks that none of the Nephilim survived. So if none of the Nephilim survived, they were from the Great Flood. Noah or one of his daughters had some Nephilim DNA in them. Or the fallen angels came back after the flood and created more of the hybrids. So in the other theory was they survived in the mountains. Oh, okay, Tyrese. Okay, thank you. It's not voodoo, it's Medi. Okay. Just remember, Bigfoots eat nuts and berries, not babies. Okay. Yeah, but the lizard aliens eat that. My dad thinks Bigfoot are protected. He's type 4. Okay. This is crazy, but this is crazy. Bad bet. And what are they? And Mermaid said, I don't believe the giants survive. I believe that King James Bible that this is all an engine, but you all are probably right. There's demon blood. Right. And thank you, Mermaid, for your take on that. And remember, it's possible that Noah may have, or one of his daughters had the ancestry to them. Or the aliens came later and put more Nephilim blood in people. But as I said, they I believe that the Bible is true and correct, and I do believe the Book of Enoch has truth in it too. But that doesn't mean that Enoch was before the flood, so that doesn't mean that you're still right, even if the Enoch book is also true. So yeah, it's a mystery, really, but there's different theories about that. But there seems to be some, either they had it in their DNA, or they came back later. But yes, I do believe the Great Flood wiped out pretty much everything. And Mermaid, thank you so much, Mermaid, for modding the chat. And also Lori and all the other mods. A shout out to everybody. And also all the viewers that are here with us, having this very fascinating conversation, and lurkers. I appreciate everybody here. All right. And this is a place where the Yeti throws bodies, because Yetis and Himalayans are projecting the entrance to the holy place, Shangri-La. And if you're not worthy and you run across the Yeti, they kill. Facts. Like the Himalayans, they have Yeti, and they found the body of water up the mountains, and they're all these skeleton humans, and they started testing them, and some of them were this place where the Yeti throws bodies, because the Yetis and Himalayans project the entrance to the holy place, and worthy across the Yeti and kill it. It reminds me of the abominable snowman. Yeah, very well said. Okay. All right, Sumerian text tablets, mind changer. Yes. The Nephilim came back after the flood, and Joshua saw them in Jericho. Okay, and I know David defeated Goliath, and the Goliath was a giant. All right. Cannabis farm. And Turbo, a legend of the tall, red-haired, white island people of the mountain North Island. There was no discontinuation of Egyptian culture when the flood occurred, okay? And I am one of them smoke. Yeah, that's fine. We have the smokers here. Pot smokers, everybody's welcome. Hello, smokers. Welcome. Alien doesn't smoke, but he supports all smokers. Yes, I support all smokers. This is where you could smoke, chill, and chat. Yeah. And look at the pyrite weed right here. Pyrite means fake gold. That's what that means. Tyree. Yeah, and the giants are... See, the giants are the fallen... Okay, all religions talk about giants in different cultures. I believe all religions and cultures have truth to them. And I believe my God, sent messengers and people to all people of the world. All right? And I believe we're all connected. So your people talk about giants too. And from my belief, from my culture, is that they have these fallen entities, these angels, or these servants of a true God that came down here and disobeyed him and created these hybrids called the Nephilim, that we call the Nephilim. And they were giants that lived in Canaan, and they lived in all over the world, and they created these strange creatures, like, cryptids, dragons, sea creatures that were monsters, griffiths, all kinds of mythical creatures. Orcs were from them. And there was South America talked about a flood happening, and they're trying to wipe out giants, and this global flood happened. So this God, this creator God, and hello Abby, good to see you. All these cultures talked about, there's a creator God, and he caused a flood to wipe them out. Now there are theories that either they came back later and created more, or Noah. We believe Noah, who is the last surviving human, he had some of the DNA in him, or his daughters, or some people think they survived in the mountains. But my belief from our group, a lot of people think that they didn't survive the flood because they were wiped out. So that is what we see now over in Afghanistan. There is this situation. Yes, shout out to Pool's Mermaid. She has a very cool channel about all kinds of things. And she has a channel about mainly gaming. And she does in the pool rooms, and she smokes and chills and has great commentary. Recommend her channel. Absolutely. And so that is the situation with our belief from my, let's see. Oh, you didn't see any banded puppies. Oh, we just saw some a few moments ago. We saw them here and there. Yeah, we saw a couple of them. So, Tyree, that's what we saw. They were these red-haired, white-skinned giants, and there is a story from Gandahar. I did a short about it in a video. So Gandahar in Afghanistan, the United States military was trying to find some people that went missing. So they went, and this 13-foot tall Nephilim with red hair and white skin, he fought them with a spear, and one of the military personnel was killed by it, and it had 6 fingers and 6 toes. We are connected before our life begins. We are angels that choose who will be our parents. Me and my sister say that. Amen. Yeah, there's a theory we chose to be here, Tyree, before we came here. Yes. And so that's what they were. There's a story in Afghanistan of that happening. There's also the story of Gilgamesh, where he's in a sarcophagus, and the Iraq war was to take his body because he's in like a sleep state. He's not really dead. And that is what we saw, from our conspiracy theories, is that the Gilgamesh was a figure from a long time ago, and he's still alive in a sarcophagus, but in like a sleep state. And the Clintons were trying to take him to resurrect the Antichrist. And let's see. It was 2002, around that time. 2003, around either one of those 2 years. And there was this other, I think your people talk about the sky people, the star people that came down. Yeah, those are the aliens that we're referring to. Now, I think there are good aliens, and I think there are very bad, evil, like demonic aliens. And I think some of them are demons. So that is what, we believe about where they come from. And there's theories that some people, the Nephilim spirits became demons, and people still worship them. And the creator God, the creator, of the universe, whoever people call them, wanted to warn that these people, these elites, the Epsteins, these different groups are still trying to do this today. There's the Reptilians. The reptilian aliens were the ones that brought havoc and drank the blood and absorbed dark energy. So, yeah, definitely skinwalkers and these evil spirits are connected with them from my culture beliefs. All right, I think someone survived because there are so many cultures around the world acknowledge the flood. They have stories of Noah, Gilgamesh, wherever, from Sumerian texts. But these different cultures from Somalia, Japan, Central Malaysia, basically Somalians, they were inhabited of Easter Island, and they also survived the flood. And, oh yes, exactly, Mermaid Facts. And morning stars, yes, morning stars. Is he looking for something? And, oh, thank you, nice. Thank you for the dono. That's a silly dono, but thank you for the dono. Thank you. All right, and going to throw golden. It sounds like the golden egg that is talked about. Yeah, scared. All right, so thank you, nice dono. Thank you for the dono. And they told us about Gilgamesh, Transformers, and with Megatron being a frozen woken up. Yes. There are good and bad all species, yes. Morningstar. And in your flag, okay, where are you talking about? There are factual evidence. Please share. We can serve ourselves. Talk about back something. And this guy sounds to me knowledgeable. Thank you. All right, you cannot death and alive. I believe celestial beings or angels have suffer darkness. And let's see, smoke that. And I'm gonna get to everybody. This chat is flying off the rails. Yeah, but the monks from the monasteries talk about protectors in Shangri-La and found the canyon that has small leak, and these skeletons, some of them only a few years. And moment of this is it looks like it's some sort of a strain, but it's a Timu Sheen strain. It's a giant, it's rag. That's what it is. It's rag. Moment, and they was watching, listening, and suffering almost shaded grace, and the skeletons tested, and the Himalayans and people visited every, because it's creepy, and they live in human skeletons, and this is some of them only years by some of the bones were only a few years, and some were more over 400 years old, and I think that's what the Yetis throw the bodies over. Okay, every human from the creed, color, knowledge of ghosts. Hey buddy Nim, great to see you. Amen. For our Lord Jesus Christ enlightened. Amen. And place is for small smokers are welcomed here. Smoke, chat, and chill. Yeah, facts. God did make it. All right, I'm all caught up with everybody. It's long rips for Christ. Amen. The Lord made them. And I just got diagnosed with, and it feels like melting inside of it. And hey, Nimbus. Oh, hi, Noah. Welcome to the chat, bro. Hello, bro. Welcome to the chat. And we are talking about cryptids, angels, and Nephilims and all kinds of things. Whew. And bong's your favorite. That's awesome. That's awesome. Hit the bong and just smoke away. Facts. Do you have a bong that's a specific color? Out of curiosity, or because they have some. I've heard a friend of mine, Damon, has one time he made an apple bong out of an apple. And I thought that was something fascinating I never heard of before. It's a friend of Mermaid and I. And I feel like I'm on with nature right now. Yeah, facts, you are with nature right now. And yes, Damon. Yes. Found this cave, several caps from the U.S. government, and has them in either blocked off. It is you can't go to explore them. They found Egypt were living in the Grand Canyon at one. Yep, I believe it. And I don't know how they are still here, but for somehow, some way they came. They are still here. Now, there's also an entity called there is this other entity, this other being, and it was able to survive, and there is Leviathan, which is a sea beast, like a sea dragon. Moby Dick, this whale thing that attacked this whaler ship, was called Leviathan, and that is a other creature too. And from the cave, several caps, and you cannot living in Egypt or living in Grand Canyon at the time. But yeah, they somehow, if it was through the genetics or however they did it, they found them. Yeah, Smoke and Scan, the pot show with LA Crime. Yeah, shout out to him. He's cool people. That is Damon. Damon's channel. It's to do with cannabis. I can't explain full thing, but basically there are 3 stages, and one last stage, generally dying in pain, throwing up all over and over again, hospital. Well, prayers for your, that's unfortunate what happened to your friend, but a lot of people smoke it and do perfectly fine with it. It just depends on the person. But thank you for telling us your take on it. Yes, Area 51 is real. Yeah, they are... Okay, I'll explain to you what Area 51 is, Noah. Area 51 is a real base, and the government, which is a slang for government, it's a place where they allegedly do testing, all right? Government testing and craft. Over in Nevada, which is where other government testing happens. But Area 51 is not... I don't believe it's in that state. But Area 51 is this place where allegedly extraterrestrial alien bodies and alien craft are being held. And it's where the Roswell crash, it's allegedly where all the stuff was gathered. So it's basically an alien testing base. But the mainstream narrative, which is if you looked it up on a Google or something, it would say that that Area 51 is where they do secret government testing. All right, and yeah, if you read the Samaritan text, it proved that the oldest written records of Mama that the story about the flood, but Gish, me, or I have another, but it's like 3,000 years old. Oh, thank you, bro. I really appreciate you telling us about that. Oh yeah, take a huge rip, Taylor. Facts, and that is good. That is thank you, Dem, for the info. Little Rob, hide till you die. Remember that song? Yeah. Okay. And are you looking for Bigfoot, or is this your waiting for Bigfoot to come and steal some weed? You're trying to stop him. Yes, I'm trying to stop him because he's trying to steal the stash. All right, I'm going to make sure I'm guarding it from him because he likes to appear and take it. That's exactly what I'm doing. It just sucks, and I want the folks to know, check with friends, and okay, and feel enlightened. Weed is my favorite. Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome. That is good. And okay, yo, I just wanted to say I might not make it, and let's say is for content and lies. I always would sit down and watch. Yo, when I eat now, it's gone. But okay, and all right, Lamb. Glad that you like the content, and always have faith. And I have been through some, all kinds of different things, and there's, for instance, the gems are not polished without friction, and everything that's woven in your destiny was what you needed. And I went through some, in the last year, the end of last year, and some other parts of last year, I went through some things that weren't too nice. But look at us now. We're having a record-breaking stream with a viral conversation exposing UFOs, aliens. So, Lamb, may the Lord bless you, keep you always, and give you his peace, and maybe we see you again on other streams. Thank you for liking the lives. And living is an act of courage, and, gems are not polished without friction. So I do believe that, very noble and brave and cool people. And thank you for telling me your thoughts. And just telling you from personal experience, it gets better later. Really, and Dem says, really, and has Bigfoot seriously have Bigfoot come to get some weed? Like, rather an OU, like, in Bigfoot, like, where it tears up and tears trees and shit. Yeah. Yep, that's what Bigfoot does. And Bigfoot is loud, and he rips up everything, and he's obvious. And that is what he does. That is exactly what he does. So, and that's why I have to guard it and watch it, because he doesn't come out when I'm out here. He doesn't come out here. We don't have mountain lions here. North of me, there are mountain lions. Mountain lion sightings. A little ways from me, but not right this area, no. Oh, UAP, thank you. I'll definitely check them out. I will. Bigfoot raiding in your garden, like a fridge. How do you even deal with it? A pan, flute, or shotgun? I use a clarinet from Squidward. Like Squidward's clarinet. That's what I use. That does the trick. I use the, and I do it like how Squidward does it, and that and that really solves the whole thing. All right. And he's a figment imagination. Okay. And my son is named Gooby and Sweetheart, and he's 3 now and is getting big and love kitties. Oh, very kind. Oh, that's cute. So that's so cute. Granddaddy Purple, right? Okay. Whew. Wow. Intense stream, man. This is intense. This stream's awesome. Wow. And this is very chat. I applaud all of you, commend all of you for this excellent conversation. Facts. Oh, thank you, Zumi. There are tigers in the Bronx that escaped. Okay. Okay. Wow. What on earth is this? What on earth? Wow, that was weird. Okay. All right, and yeah, and there are 2 Tasmanian tigers in the Bronx that escaped. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And that is what I think basically is... Okay, let's see. I was watching a video about a weird thing moving in the sky at night, and it showed a crawling star moving slow, and maybe star moving, and then maybe shooting star zigzag directions. I remember the title. Oh, okay. So this is what happened. There are people... Okay, there are these... Moki was showing me many sightings of these orbs that are falling from the sky recently. Moki's from... and she... In some of these comet meteor orbs, they will zigzag and fly around. That's what they do. So there's theories that those comets are really orbs. Yes, spread awareness. Spread awareness about the subjects. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, thank you, MPause. Thank you. Oh, yeah, that's definitely it right there. That's definitely it right there. Okay, Moose. Nice name. Yeah, and UAP wants to know if he's seen any of them on the North Island. Okay, Abby, glad that you're back. Awesome. Awesome. And Mermaid, thank you for modding the chat and being here with us. I appreciate it. Churbro says, I might one a time, but it was probably high. Oh, but I still think that what you saw was real. I think what you saw was real. And yeah, because even if someone's high, I believe that they're really seeing those UFO sightings. Okay, and she says, I'm back. And Hello, Abby. Have your girl, and glad you have all your accessories. God bless your puppies. And bandit puppies better come and see me. Yeah, they were here earlier. They were here earlier. They need to come out again for Abby. Come on, they are here. Trying to show y'all the moon. I don't know how it's gonna go, but let's see. There we go. Oh God. Oh God. Okay, y'all see that? Why are there glows in the sky at Area 51? Because the UFOs are orbiting it. Because the reason why there's things in the sky at Area 51 is because the aliens are orbiting it. And they are trying to see what's going on. That is the reason why they are there. You know, because there are aliens in that region, and the orbs could be from the government over Area 51, or it's the aliens themselves doing business with them. I believe that they're demons, and I believe there's aliens in other planets. I believe there are celestials, and I believe that there are angels that are aliens. There is, Moki was telling me about, Moki's the secretary of the spaceship. She was talking about this other thing where this doctor was talking about a near-death experience he had, and he saw orbs. So those orbs are definitely from the sky. Yes, aliens are underwater, I agree. All right, and Moose, look at my photo community tab on aliens page, whole ball energy. All right, and serpents, snakes, dragons, morning star, lightning. Yes, I agree, Moose. I believe that's what they are. I believe there are I believe there are angels and demons. They absolutely are true. You know, I mean, there people have had with those things that it is certainly true. You know, I mean, aliens themselves are what we think are are demons and aliens. Lucifer means the morning star, the light bearer, and he fell from grace. Yeah, exactly. Y'all have many lights. Light bringer. Ah, okay, Moose. Thank you. Thank you. Light bringer. Oh, there are balls of light. Yes, yes. Okay. No, Lucifer is in Christianity, and or say the Catholic Church teaches this too, that Lucifer is the devil that brought evil into this world, and he was a fallen angel, and he was the brightest angel that God had, and he was known as the light bringer, and he fell from grace. Yes, that is true, Abby. I agree. Noah, there's a TV show called Lucifer. You're right. There's a TV show called Lucifer. That is true. We are looking for swamp puppies. And old days, you certainly you will go with them, and they will take you. They will take you and your bad breath away. Yeah. and it's like they'll take you and your bad breath instead. I'm an alien myself, and I wouldn't abduct you. I wouldn't do that to you, because the breath is too bad, but one of the other aliens that are ambitious might. My bro, Churbro, enjoys being old, facts. I like the movie E.T., and there's an alien species that looks exactly the same. Bro, Zoomy, when I saw the replay in 2002, when it came out again, because I knew I saw that movie, and I was at Wendy's and stuff, and, 2000s were similar to the 90s. I'm like, bro, how did I see that movie? But, yeah, I saw it in 2002, and that was a very good emotional movie. And Abby really actually likes to be abducted by aliens. Yeah, facts. Facts. They seem more chill than people in my area. Facts. Awesome. Yeah. Whoa. And shout out all the subs. Wow. That's wild. All right, where do all the outside... Oh, outside cats. I got you, cuz. I got you, bro. All right, let's go over here and see if we can find some cats. Where the fellow find alien baddies? Ah, okay, bro. You could find the alien baddies on Venus. But thoughts on angels, I have witnessed one complete blackness, shadow. It was watched and listened, my suffering in the lowest point and crazy, but since then I gained faith. Amen. And the angels are with you, Moose, always, because the Lord said he would never abandon you or forsake you, and he's with you, and the angels are there of his servants, and he's with you always. Absolutely. Because Jesus is he is the well of life. He is a well of water that will never end. Like, for instance, so in Saudi Arabia, there's something called Zamzam, which was this unlimited water fountain. It's like a water well that keeps pumping out water. And I'm a Christian, but this is from the Ishmaels. The Ishmael and his mother drank from it. But Jesus is spiritually like that well. He gives unlimited water and life to all people. So, and the angels are to serve him and communicate with you. Almost a year day since experience, April 4th. They're going to be out there at night again, seeing it come back and regular. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay. Yeah, she is definitely the amazing mermaid, yes. And let's see. Oh, hello, Shelly. Shelly G, welcome to the stream. The shape is the shape of MJ stands on the Super Bowl. Ah, okay. I got you. All right. I3. My res flag has a morning star image of the sky. Okay. How long do aliens live? Some aliens, Noah, can live for... Some of them are biological robots and can just keep on going for thousands of years. Some of them are known to live for like 800 years. A true statistic that I saw is at about 800 years. Some of them may live forever, and some of them die when they hit our planet. Right. A diamond with a line on each side. Oh, I got you. I tried to end life that night, but it was love that kept me alive. Moose, and I'm glad you are here with us. And I really feel for you that you went through that. And I've also have had times where, everything just went wrong and shattered. But, there's a supernatural faith, something that just keeps us going. And it is those angels that are there to protect us and bless us, our guardian angels. So that is true. God's love is infinite because he sees every little thing of the size of an atom or the size of a mustard seed faith, and Jesus will save you. Nimbus, they chasing rodents and bushes, and Claude is adorable. How is Jesus with us? If there is so many people on earth, and I'm not trying to be mean to Jesus. Oh yes, I will explain to you. Okay, I'll explain. So Noah, Jesus is God in human form, and the way he is with us is through supernatural means. When someone creates all these things like this, he can, do everything else. He would send the Holy Spirit, which is like a portable version of him, to guide us. So think of it as an energy field. Think of it as a sunlight. We are solar panels. We are solar panels, and the Jesus is the sun, but the sunlight that hits the solar panels is the Holy Spirit, Jesus being with us. So that's how he's with us. It's through the Spirit. Like people see ghosts and different aliens and stuff, but he's with us in that way. And we believe God is not created, which I don't even get, but we create it. I will explain how that works. So, God exists in a different dimension. You see all these plants and all these things you see, they're all created. All of us are created. The iPhone I have is created. And everything, all of you are created. This app was created. Everything's created. But God is from a dimension. He is outside of time, place, and space. So he's beyond our dimension, where there's no time, no place, no space. And yes, it is a mystery. Yes, of course, there are things we don't completely understand. But when you try to understand a being that's so complex, it would be very difficult, just like an ant trying to understand us. But I will say this. The way it works is that he's an outsider of time, place, and space. And that's why he isn't created or destroyed, because he's outside that dimension. And all of this you see, even Charles Darwin himself said, couldn't have just happened by mere chance. All this had to be created by something. Like, for instance, a phone, a tablet, was created by somebody. So that is the explanation, is that, a being that is so complex beyond what we can do, but we see the creation over here, and that's how it works. So that is the explanation about it, is that he's outside of time, place, and space, and he created this realm, and the concept of him is so beyond our understanding, because the fact of Jesus being with us and all, it's something so different than any other faith or religion. And that's how it's true, because people can say there's something there, or the flying spaghetti monster is there, whatever, something made up. But the concept of God and the way we view it is something. Where did it come from? It had to come from somewhere. It wasn't something made by humans, because it's so complex to understand. Why would humans make up such a thing that isn't real? Good night, possum. Good night, mermaid. Thank you for coming. All right, thank you. Oh, awesome, mermaid. Okay. Let's say the same thing. I have to share it with you soon. There has to be beyond time and space to give us rise in mortality. Okay. And, okay, good night, mermaid. Jesus said that is created with us. And great convo, guys. Good night. And let's see. The Father and the Son are two different essences, persons, as the Holy Spirit, which intercede for us, known as the Father, and through the Son is the Father. Yes. I believe the Anunnaki are real. Yes. I love banded puppies, and they are my favorite animal. In events, I'll have pets. Just need to get one for the baby. As a baby. Yes. Yes. absorb the Christ. All right. Thank you, Mermaid, for everything you do. I appreciate you. I believe Anunnaki exists. All right. Okay, Brig. Have a good night and getting ready for work. I appreciate you. All right. Let's see. And a shout out to Brig. Let's see. Burger Bros, Bongs. The Galactic Council is watching everyone's worldwide. Yes, exactly. And never specific Anunnaki, however, you can interpret however you feel. The truth is plain in flavor. And it seems Anunnaki is never mentioned. However, they are Nephilim, Anak, Elihum, sons of God. Yes. Yes. And let's see that right there. Let's see about the moon going over this way. All right. So I swear I saw a ship land when I was a kid and got an explanation. Yes. Yeah, I definitely believe you saw a ship too. That's true. All right. Never specified Anunnaki. However, you can interpret how you want. Okay. Let's see. Just having bongs. Yes. Facts. All right. Shout out to all the subs. Thank you. So that is the explanation about God from my point of view. Now, people can believe what they want to believe or believe there's some sort of creator or not. That is up to all of you. And that is my take. I don't think it should be forced on anybody. And so, yeah, that is that conversation. Very excellent conversation, chat. Excellent conversation. And let's see. Okay, what is my favorite plant? That is a very good question in chat. We have many plants in this yard. Many creations. Wait, she said a planet. My favorite planet is Planet 10. Well, Planet 10 is something that I definitely think is real and exists up there. Oh, okay. Thank you, Zumi. Oh, I believe Pluto is yes, rest in peace to Pluto, and I believe Pluto is a real planet. Absolutely. I believe it's a real planet. Yeah, my favorite planet is Planet 10 that orbits... And what is Planet 10? Yeah, Nibiru. Exactly, Diamond. I agree. When you see UAPs up close, like seeing the face of God for the first time, it's unexplainable, extraordinary, and your reality change instantly. That is true. That is true. I do agree with that. It's kind of like an awing experience of like what it is exactly. I used to have a cat named Pluto accidentally run... Oh, okay. Yeah, rest in peace, Pluto. Yeah. That is very sad. Condolences for your loss. Nibiru used to be good until the war planet happened. Ah, okay. And we got, Dem says, okay, for the fallen angels laid eyes upon the earth women, and they made favor and laid with them and had children, right? Hope you and Virginia, well, bro, and starting to get some good weather. Facts, yeah. And this is someone else right here. Let's see. Okay. Let's go down. Okay. Dems says, what's the playing of 9 Planet X? And they're proven that there is a planet coming up on the other side of the sun and that we can't see, but the gravitational force they can tell for affecting our is gravitational pool is affecting a meteors in our meteor belt. That is why we have rotation the Earth take through September every year. Yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah, thank you, chat, for the likes. Thank you, chat, for the likes. Very much. We have broken a record. And the subscribers flew in here tonight, and everyone else did. So I appreciate all y'all very much. Wow. And I seen those little purple flowers before. Okay, this is a daikon plant. That's what this is. It's a wild daikon plant. Oh, good morning, boss. Welcome to the stream, buddy. And my favorite planet is Mars, God of War. Oh, yeah. So I've been called Mars before by some fans. And yeah, Mars is a very fascinating planet. Also, Earth used to have 3 suns. Now it only has 2, but its a matrix frequency hides it. Yeah. Yeah, so I definitely believe, some people don't think we landed on Mars, but you see, Mars, I think, they're saying the colonialism about Mars is going to be from 500 years from now or 100 years from now or so, but they might get there sooner, depending on the technology. Just skip over the validation of the Nephilim is written. Yes. And Azumi, speaking Black Sun, regular, Azumi, where you gather all this information. See, and Abby says, this community is truly amazing, always respectful. We hardly get trolls, although I like messing with them when they do show up. Yeah, facts. Dirt is actually an alien deposit. If you eat pound day, you live forever. You live forever. There's something called the Fountain of Youth, and I believe that there is something like that existed, and it was some sort of a magic that they did, and some people are still trying to harvest that today. Yeah, but I really like Saturn, the way it looks, because I love the rings of Saturn. Because when you have a planet with rings like that, you definitely know that there is something there. And that it's a planet. Always you see like glow in the dark things with stickers or little picture things with the Saturn with a ring around it. And with the aliens flying around it. So yeah, I'll do like Saturn's rings. Greetings, Lump. Yeah, spring. Okay. And how about the Reed Himalayan salt being blood Anunnaki giants? Yes, I believe that has to do with Anunnaki giants. Yes, Neptune has rings, but they're very faint. Very faint rings. Magic comes from angels, aka demons and devils. Yes. I do agree, boss, that that's where it comes from. And they taught humans those things. Right. and the elites are still trying to absorb it. Trees have rings, meaning they're actually an alien. That's an interesting concept, Moose. Interesting concept is that these rings that these planets have are from them, from those beings from the sky. And they maybe, you see, trees, another thing about trees is very interesting. And the trees they look like lungs, the way the branches look. And I think that is so cool and ingenious design about how it was created. And, you know, a dying star looks like a fetus giving birth. So it's all connected. Yes, that is true. That's true. UAP says, mycelium has definitely alien. Oh, yes. Yes. That is true. Yeah, and there's something called... This is what happened. So there are these things where the aliens... Not aliens. I'm getting ahead of myself here. There are these things where... Oh, kind of... See, this mesmerizing plant made me forget what I was going to say. But anyway, I will continue that. So yes, being created many times over. Falling asleep with all this, be here when I wake up. Okay, Diamond. And hit the notification bell, and whenever I do it again, you'll see it. And in this situation, you have a lot of these different plants. So the way these things are created was created for all these people to see, because it all mirrors each other. Thank you, Diamond. And Zumi says, Saturn has alien species on it, so does the closest planet to the sun. Ah, okay. Yeah, the rings, I feel, is just a signature to make a planet a planet. And in those situations, when you have a planet doing that, you know, Earth is just a big round, you know, ball. And that is why, you know, you'll see these different planets have various types of rings around them. Now, oh, look at that. There, okay, Abby, there he is. Abby, there he is. Right there. All right, Abby, there's the banded puppy. Okay, now he's going to try to hide. Let's go over this way. Somewhere in there. And all right, the rings are from planets got destroyed at war a long time ago. Yeah, so there you go, Abby. He came out to see you. Now, with the aliens, let's see. Yeah, there's a theory that there's a planet that got smashed and hit, and it blew up into a million pieces. And that's what all these other planets came from. Him so cute. Thank you for showing him. I missed them last 2 times. Yes, yes. All right, and Moose says, oh, Zumi, the Scientologist makes sense, Raccoon. And, all right, so planets have collided, I believe. That's how Mars and Earth became existing. Ah, yeah. So, that is a very good point. Something to think about. Now, there's theories that Mars was from a nuclear war, and then they came over here a couple billion years ago. Yes, I remember that, Tyree. And Zumi says that's what made Earth from the collision. Ah, okay. Thank you, Zumi. Planets. Okay, so yeah, I think it was like part of a one. That's an interesting thing to think about. It came from one giant mega planet, and it then dispersed into what it is now. So that is a very good analogy and point. I also think it is true that there's possibly something in Antarctica, a Middle Earth of some sort, where there's people within the Earth, apparently. And the Antarctica has lots of UFO sightings and stuff down there. Okay, Abby, thank you for modding the chat, Abby. So, yeah, so definitely Antarctica has UFO and alien sightings all over the place. And there's, within the Earth, there are not Timu, but there is allegedly a hollow Earth theory that there's something under there. You remember what it's called, like, cryonite? Yes. I remember that. It sort of reminds you of kryptonite. Okay, but the moon was placed there on purpose as a space vehicle, an observation post. Right. Yes, facts. Okay. And Steven says, but the moon was placed there on purpose, a space vehicle, an observation. But yes, I agree. And it comes from the meteorite's impact, and there are smell like sulfur. Yeah, they do smell like sulfur. The fallen ones. Yep. They're known to smell like that. Elites were trying to destroy the pollinator bees to warm the planet, melting ice caps, search for a portal where Uncle Bale is trapped. Okay, interesting. And there are, boss, there are some parts of the world that don't have any bees anymore. I think it's because of the pesticides they use in different countries. And Zumi said, Antarctica is the gateway to the inner Earth and the upside down in a way. Yes, that is definitely a very good analogy. Kind of like the Lord of the Rings universe. Really, Moose? I guess that's true. I didn't know that. And I didn't think of that. Thanks. It's pretty cool. Oh, gotcha, boss. Gotcha. And it's all by design, right? And Moose says America will never had bees until colonial efforts brought them here. Yes, I believe CERN did that. Because we were talking about that in another stream where CERN released Bale. Yeah. And those different things, those entities, those celestial entities of darkness, definitely released them into our world. Yep. Yeah. And is basically, those interdimensional things I talked about. Okay, and Boss says he's not released. Well, thank you, Moose. I didn't know that. Zumi says, there's a book called The White, and it goes about inner Earth. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so there's allegedly tall whites and stuff like that within the inner Earth. Yes. Okay, I heard something here. Is it something there? And yeah, so I do think that book is good information and it's valuable about what is actually going on, because there is something in the hollow earth, and now the Nazis were trying to find the hollow earth, but they couldn't find it. Or maybe they did find it, because there's theories that they went to Antarctica and they had a war with them over there at some point. So yeah, that would be a good book to learn and know about more about these things, definitely. Abby, thank you for being here and coming tonight. See you on the next one. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And right here we got the raspberry plants chilling. Yeah, see you tomorrow night, Abby. I appreciate you. And yeah, and that's a tree right there. There's all kinds of things in here. There's a tree. There's a couple different things. A shout out to all the likes. Thank you all for all the likes. I appreciate it. Definitely is growing. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Look at that, chat. That's a crazy looking thing right there. I'm scared. Yeah, and the elite hangouts, there's certainly worship of Baal. And, sometimes, especially with the Epstein stuff going on, there's definitely worship from them right there. Yeah, it's a stick bug. That's what it is. There is worship of him in Hollywood by the elites. So they're trying to invoke him. Right. Yeah, stick bug. Yeah, bro is just chilling, high as a kite. There's allegedly dewberries. That's what they are. Yeah, and okay, Steve says, brother Lucifer, continued his uncle practices and ways celestials have family tree. Interesting. All right. And Moose says, Satan's kingdom, the prince of demons, Baal, Moloch, Dagon, Odin, Zeus, all of them are false gods ruled over by the prince. Amen, Moose. I agree. And yeah, those are the beings that these elites and stuff try to, appease, and it does not go the way they intended. So yeah, that's what those beings definitely are, and the spirit of truth and light will prevail. Now, as I said, I think Hollywood is trying to invoke those things, though. I think they're at least trying. And Gilgamesh, they're trying to do it through the Gilgamesh thing, too. Right, and let's see about this. All right. Yeah, and there's reptilians from the Draconic constellation. And in the Draconic constellation, that is where these reptilians lie. Yeah, don't forget to smash that like button, grape the like button, Rex. Trump administration is building a doomsday bunker. Ah, yeah. A lot of those people are doing it, like in Maui, Hawaii. They have all these different things being created. That's what GBI observed. Warning, East Coast and Atlanta. Scared. Boss, scared. All right, so Tyree says, so I won't expect gas prints to go down. Tyree, the gas prices should go down already, and they're supposed to, but they haven't. And it's about time they did, but they didn't. And also grocery prices. The inflation needs to end, but he definitely is. He needs to get with the program, and the different wars going on, I don't think really help that much, but it's going to make things more expensive. But yeah, some wild times are in. Yeah. It's like waiting for inflation to end. It's like 4 hours later. Right. Okay. Here, a banded puppy. Yes, there's okay. Project Bluebeam is this project that is going on where in Project Bluebeam is this thing where a fake staged alien invasion. Okay, boss, thank you for the info. Uncle is Chief Justice Supreme Dantas Okarawo in Nigeria. He is over 4 million USD, known from oil, and he's from Freemason. Okay, yeah. Definitely the Masons and all of them are connected. I figured that. Those are the theories that I studied about. Yeah, definitely. And they're over there too. Oh, boss. Well, I'm glad that they didn't take you out. And, I'm sure that they did try to take you out, for spreading the truth. One of my relatives was in that. And he was trying to recruit my great-grandfather. And he didn't. My great-grandfather didn't go into it. Yeah, it was like you have to basically sell yourself over. There's also the Skull and Bones and other ones that are really bad too. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. All right, and Zumi says Bale is mountain and Balebeck Mountain with his spaceship weapons. Not even satellite can go through it. Yeah. Project Bluebeam is supposed to be this fake staged alien invasion. And that is what happened. There are going to be all these ships and stuff flying around. That's going to be crazy. And it's going to be a staged alien invasion with holographic projections. But what really is a fake alien invasion. Then the real aliens come to save the day. And that's when the real trouble starts happening. So that is the theory of the invasion of aliens. Project Bluebeam happens. And they try to stage an alien invasion, bring a new world government, and try to destroy everything and freedom, and bring in the real aliens to mess everybody up. So that is Project Bluebeam. And yeah, so just be aware of the signs and wonders. Okay, for man as knoweth not his time, the fish are taken in evil net, and the birds that are caught in the snare, so are the sons of men scared in evil time. Yeah. Yeah, so basically, in these evil times, you will have, praise prophesying what's happening today. Snared when it felleth upon suddenly upon them. Okay, thank you. Yeah, they snared evil times. Okay, so when they're snared, they're caught in a trap. So fishes are taken to evil nets, and as the birds, they are caught in the snare, and snared when it falleth suddenly upon them. Yeah, and it comes in like a thief in the night. And whatever people believe in a higher spiritual celestials that are righteous, or whatever people believe in, is that these evil entities will be caught in like a trap, and it'll happen all of a sudden, like a thief in the night. Thank you, Moose. And okay, Moose, what does it mean then? What is your interpretation about it? Yeah, and we're caught in the evil snare as now and forever. Yeah, and we have a sinful nature to us, and it's something that was like a trap. That is a true. I get what you're saying now. Yeah, it's something that always will be with us, and we are only cleansed by the spirits of righteousness. Definitely. Yeah, I do agree. Only death is the escape, and a better afterlife when we'll be cleansed of it. But so far in this world, evil will be in this world forever, until it is reset. The earth is reset, right? Zumi says, on this earth, we are the past as it happening. Now we have happened. This means that the past earth echo of what already happened. So we're basically living in a memory, you know. Boss says, I can do no evil. I am divine, celestial, human form. Evil is what man does in the dark with children for ritual magic and power. Exactly. And one of them. And this piece, they'll harvest, the children and get the adrenochrome. That's what the reptilians do and demons. And through the earth servants. And that is what they do in Hollywood and those places. And I believe that the kingdom of God is within man. And if people don't believe in God or a celestial entity, whatever created us in his righteous spirit, it lives within us always. And the evil magic is what those people do. And Boss says, I came on YouTube to understand what the Google cybersecurity employees do. Right. And they do a lot, definitely. And Moose is correct. And why this test on Earth is the one who betray God to see if we will allow him as God. And is a man so scary you believe them to be monsters? Yeah, I mean, some things, I do believe in ghosts and spirits, but some of the most scary things on Earth, humans. Yeah, as they say, that's why they don't come here, the aliens. Yeah. So, I definitely do agree with that, Moose, and thank you for putting that in the chat. I really appreciate it. All right. All right, chat. And now what I'm going to do is we're going to go. It's going to be a little bit dark for a moment and quiet for a moment, but we're going to be seeing a snail right here. Right here. And we're going to change the setting a little bit. Go in and talk to y'all there. Let's see. Go this way. And let's see. Oh, wow, boss. That's wild. I'm glad they were able to figure out what was going on. Imagine the song that made religion an atheist. right? And that's the man you can't separate yourself from human nature, but you can place yourself in the hands of the Lord. Yes, Moose, you could place your hands in his. You could place yourself in his hands, and he will guide the sheep to the path of righteousness. All right, I'll be back in a when the Money Wizard Gang. Scared. And I'm going to be... I'm not ending the stream, but I'm going to be changing settings for a moment. Okay. It's going to be dark from... I'll be back in a second. Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. I've returned. Yeah, I said I was going to be leaving for a second. All right. Obviously, Kenobi. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And... Okay, God bless you, Moose. Oh, yeah, check out UAP, definitely. Okay, so now continuing. All right, thank you. And it's going over here. Let's see. All right. Oh, yeah, going to this way. All right, we're going to be talking about some things. Let's see. Go here. Whoa. This stream got over 2,000 views. Well, thank you, everybody. That's awesome. Oh, thank you, Zumi. I appreciate y'all very much. Okay, so I'm going to talk about some cryptids. All right, and yeah, we broke our record, chat. Wow, that's incredible. Yeah, really cool. And so what we're going to do now is talk about some cryptids. All right, so we're going to talk about some Nigerian cryptids. Okay. So, the landscape of cryptids. Legendary beings rooted in the folklore, its various ethnic groups such as the Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa. While some viewed it as spirits or deities, many possess physical descriptions typical for cryptids featuring whose existence is rumored but not scientifically proven. Hey Phil, good to see you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Oh, Tyree, that's cool. That's cool. If you remember what it's called, I'd like to know. And woohoo, I like cryptids. Wolfmen are my fave. My daughter, she's seen them, turns 25 in June. She got chased by a crawler on the second property. Oh, oh, scared, scared. Oh, and oh, nice. She'll be birthday in June. Happy early birthday to her. That's cool. 25 in June. Nice. And all right, Wolfman. Here we go. And let's start with this one. The Miami Wata, perhaps the most famous, these are marine spirits or mermaid-like beings known across West Africa. They are often described as extremely beautiful women with the lower bodies of the fish snakes. While they lure men into water, they are also associated with wealth and healing. Dodo. In Hausa folklore, the dodo is a fearsome man eating monster or swallower of men. It is often depicted as a powerful, malevolent creature that can be outwitted by clever heroes or other supernatural beings like the Zen Kala Allah. Ah, okay, Zumi. Understood. Yeah, I've heard about that theory before too. All right, and the the Abiku and Imeri in your Yuba belief, these are bush spirits and that take the form of children. Abiku are known for a cycle of dying young and being reborn the same mother to cause grief, while Imere are even more powerful spirits that can travel between the physical and spiritual world. Oh, okay, Nim. Yeah, I'm back now. Madam Koi, a modern urban legend popular in Nigerian boarding schools. She is said to be the ghost of teacher who wears red heels, and students claim to hear the Koi sound of her shoes as she haunts the schoolways at night. Dogmen have been here for thousands of years watching humanity. All right, right. Right, and the Osumari, the Yoruba spirits and rainbow, often described as a massive rainbow-colored snake that encircled the earth, biting its own tail and preventing the world from crumbling. The Iki, malevolent water spirit from the rivers of the region of Nigeria, takes the form of a deadly tortoise. Ibra, spirits that inhabit hills, swamps, and forests. They are sometimes compared to trolls and can have multiple heads. Yes, in the oceans, it's very scary because a lot of our oceans are completely undiscovered, and we don't really know what exactly is in all of them. So, yeah, that is true. Let's see. All right, and let's go this way. All right, here we go. The Wolfman, werewolf. Wolfman is a classic figure in European folklore and modern horror cinema. A human who transforms into a werewolf-like humanoid, typically due to the curse or being bitten. The snake eating its own tail goes back thousands of years and origins are still unknown. Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and that is extremely wild that they do that. You know, I saw the thing about the aliens. I mean, not the aliens, but the snakes rolling around their tail. Yeah, that's wild. All right, and transformation. The challenge is usually temporary in the full moon appearance in movies. He's often has a hairy man with claws and fangs. In older myths, might turn into a literal four-legged wolf. All right. And the platypus was created by aliens. They made it in a lab in their spaceship. Ah, yeah, because that definitely thing is just pieced together by a variety of different stuff. You know, it's what's going on here? It's like if bro has like a duck bill and he has like a bunch of different hybrid things together. So I wouldn't be surprised it was created by aliens. Origin. Right, and it's only the giant, like, train size that thing calls the serpent. Yes. The snake eating is a tail symbol as native dinosaurs evolved on the earth. If you've seen the cave, the world did not enter. Right, right. All right, and your grandma told you about that. Okay. The serpent. Yeah, platypus is a safe word. Okay, and continuing here, and now we're going to talk about Dogman. Dogman is considered a biological supernatural cryptid that always is a beast-like form. It does not turn back into a human form. Nature and upright walking bipedal canine. Unlike the Wolfman, the Dogman is often reported as distinct unknown species rather than a cursed human. Oh, thank you, Moose. Yeah, thank you. I mean, yeah, it's okay, UAP. It was an accident. Okay. It's okay, UAP. It's all right. Thanks for unhiding him. Yeah, it happens. And the Dogman is considered a biological supernatural cryptid that is always in its beast-like form, and it does not turn back into a human. Nature, an upright walking bipedal canine, unlike Wolfman, Dogman is often reported as a distinct unknown species rather than a cursed human. Appearance described as a 7 to 8 foot tall with a human like torso but a canine head, often resembling a German Shepherd wolf, digitigrade legs, walking in its toes like a dog. or interview 1984. Yeah, I have it. I didn't go and view the video, but I checked it out. You know, I have it saved, but I didn't go and like look at it yet. They come around me all the time and they play peekaboo hiding behind the trees, showing their glowing yellow eyes. Oh, yeah. Scared. Right. And yeah, boss, that is really wild. That you see that spooky at night. Yeah. Behavior. Witnesses often report feeling pure evil, extreme dread when making eye contact with the creature. Oh, really? Really? Other wolfmen. Now, what did it look like to you? Out of curiosity. You know, it just looks like a werewolf, like from the movies. Oh, okay, Frosty. Okay, thank you for subbing. All right. And let's see. Wolfman has been shown themselves to other humans on property. Angels can take possession of the Wolfman for a vessel. Ah, okay. 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 Let's see. Let's do this. Thank you, chat. All right. And let's see. I just heard name yelled out in my head before just 10 minutes ago, and I keep getting that ring sound in my ears left and right. Okay, well, you gotta remember that might be a alarm that needs to go, you know, that needs to stop going off, because that is certainly a messed up thing. And I wouldn't really know exactly what that means, but may you be completely blessed and from any kind of mysterious things that might be lurking around in your head. But thank you for letting me know. All right, UAP says, there was a guy back in the 90s, Bill someone, who was ex-Freemason, speaking about one of the branches of Masonry being linked to lycanthropy. Okay, thank you. Oh, okay, Zoomy. Might be spirit or telepathy. Okay, got you. Got you. Okay, there was a... Okay, lycanthropy werewolf. Oh, okay, thank you. Doy, you know, on my end, on my end. Yes. All right, and here are some alleged werewolf sightings that happened. And during the 17th centuries, several individuals were famously accused of, convinced of being werewolves, often brutal serial murderers. Okay, so Werewolf of Bedburg. Okay, let's go here for a second, and we'll read. Peter Stump, a German farmer accused of being a serial leader and cannibal. He allegedly confessed on torture of a magic belt from the devil, and that allowed him to transform into a wolf to commit his crimes. He was executed in one of the most gruesome public spectacles in history. All right. Oh, yeah, werewolf story. All right, and going here. Let's see, on the werewolf story, yeah, Notes of the Grave, been there. Okay. Okay, so there's always a lit candle on top of the locus used to believe in their return. Oh, okay, interesting, interesting. All right, and let's do this. Humans were wild 50 years ago. Oh, astral projection. Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a real thing that some people are able to do. Like, some people are capable of doing that. Yeah, we could talk about that. And see, werewolves and Polygny. 3 men in 1521, Michael Verdun and Peter Bourgat and the Faubert Monet were tried in France after a traveler who attacked by a werewolf tracked an injured animal back in Verdun's house. They confessed to be used as magical salve and attending midnight gatherings. The beast gave you Adon 1764 to 1767. Often debated as a giant wolf or hyena, the beast killed over 100 people in southern central France. All right, these are modern American wolf sightings. Okay. Oh, hello, Max. Hello, honey. It's great to see you. I'm glad you can make it. Okay. Let's see. Wallp. Burgess. Okay. Okay, thank you. Well, we have been talking about a variety of different things. Earlier, we were talking about aliens and different conspiracy theories about that, and nature and culture stuff. And okay, you got some special helmet person right here. Okay. All right. So anyway, we're right now we're talking about some werewolf stories about some cryptids. Yeah. So we're talking about theology, and now we're talking about like UFO stories. All right, so I'm going to talk about the Walpurgis of the night. It's a traditional European festival celebrated on the night of yeah, okay, thank you, chat. Appreciate it. Yes, that was a good movie. Look exactly like the ride as fair as a fair and designed and built and know exactly what we're doing. Okay. Okay. All right, and we have a special helmet. Xi Ping. Okay. Okay, and Walpurgis, a traditional European festival celebrated on the night of April 30 to May 1, often described as a spring of Halloween. Yeah, exactly. Right. Oh, thank you, UAP. And traditional European festival celebrated on the night of April 30, May 1. Origins of the folklore, the holiday of ancient pagan ritual, and okay, this, let's see. The saint of Walpurgia. 8th century English missionary and abbess was hailed for battling the witchcraft, rabies, night of the ceremony, relics of May 1st, which is Sabbath. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this again. Okay, and wrong one. Thank you, chat, for keeping trolls in check. I appreciate it. Where's Wolf? Yes, that is a very scary movie. Yes, I agree. Absolutely. Okay, folklore, the Walpurgis night, April 30th, and wolves or werewolves centers on the thinning veil between natural and supernatural worlds. It's kind of like Halloween from the Celtic cultures. Yeah. Yeah, very good. A very good movie. I'll talk about that one in a moment. And to protect their homes and livestock, people would leave offspring or bred with butter, honey, known as Ankenschnitt, for phantom hounds or spring wolves to appease. Yes, that is true. It's from the Celtic cultures, though. Yes. Oh, that's cool, Nim. That's cool. And phantom hounds from attacking, appease the attacking. Wandering ritual. Bonfires and loud noises, cracking whips, ringing bells were used not just for witches, but specific scare away wild animals and supernatural predators that were believed to be more active during the transition into spring. Interesting. You are right. Hug. I have talked about that on this channel before. Yeah, it was Jack, and Devil threw him a piece of coal, and he put it in a turnip, and he used that to walk around with because he wasn't allowed in heaven or hell. And he just wandered around the bogs and swamps with a turnip. Yep, that's true. And he made a bet with the devil, and he wasn't good enough for either heaven or hell, so he had to go to just wander around. Yes, the Day of the Dead, correct. Moose says, and after the snakes were expelled by St. Patrick's All Hallows Night and Pentacles and Prayer. Yep. Yep, that's true. All right, 2010. Oh. 2010 Wolfman. While not primarily setting, the film leans on heavily on the cursed traveler trope, often associated with Walpurgis Night Legends, and a recent independent horror film specifically titled Walpurgis Night, featuring reimagined werewolf story where a couple in the Romanian forest encounter werewolves during the holiday. Thank you, Max. Thank you, Honey, for taking care of the chat. The snakes actually relate back to the goddess worship in Ireland and around the Shire. Yes. Some of my ancestors, did stuff like, were into that because I'm related to them. Let's see. You're welcome, Phil. You're welcome, Phil. Saint Warburga, the namesake, the knight was traditionally invoked on Christians' Germany for protection against the rabies. Given the wolves were primarily carriers of rabies in medieval Europe, and the saint became symbolic shield against the literal threat of rabid wolves. Okay. And let's see the fourth kind summarized. All right, I had a supernatural encounter with God 6 years ago that changed my life, and Jesus is coming. He can forgive your sins and repent and believe. I believe that too forever. In Jesus' holy name, yes, I believe that's true. Amen. I absolutely agree. Oh, hello, Nana. Great to see you. Welcome to the stream. And fourth kind was real, and that lady moved away from New York City. Okay. Yeah. So forever blessed. I believe the same. God bless you. Thank you for sharing. Fourth kind portrays the alleged real events surrounded the series' unexplained disappearance of Nomi, Alaska. The movie is famous for the mockumentary-style bleeding scripts featuring Mila Jovovich and footage of the people involving through both actual fiction. Oh, you must be an interdimensional being, Gary. Okay. The premise: Dr. Abigail Tyler, psychologist, begins investigating the pattern of sleep disorders among the residents of Nome. Multiple patients report seeing white owl staring at them through the bedroom windows at night. Discovery under the hypnosis. The patients call terrifying memories of being abducted by non human entities. One season results of the patient being violent, paralyzed, another ends up in murder scenes, murder suicide. Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. Absolutely. Never found the daughter. Okay. Ancient connections. Dr. Tyler discovered the recordings herself being abducted, featuring a voice speaking in ancient Sumerian and refers to as God. Okay, you didn't get to meet any aliens. Okay. Well, maybe next time you will. Well, right now you're meeting me right now, so. So, let's see. What was the real event? 2,359. Incredible. All right, now we'll be continuing. The part that scared me with the guy that she hypnotized and killed a family. I think, Nim, in my opinion, I think the moon landing was recorded. I don't think we really went there. I believe we went there at some point, but I don't think that video was real. In my opinion. All right, so I don't know. It depends, Moose, that they might want to try to hide and conceal the information. You know, and that they have a alignment. They had an alignment or agreement about something. That's why. Even the evil Anunnaki took Abigail Tyler and known of the collective Anunnaki. There's lots of UFO sightings near my home in Gulf Breeze, Florida. Oh, okay. So you've seen them before, Nana. All right. So have you? You've seen them before. What kind of lights did it look like? What was the? You know, it looks like strange lights at night because some people have them look certain ways. But thank you for sharing, Nana, about the encounter you saw. You can see the string. Yeah. Where to draw the line and getting nations to agree. And okay, understood, Moose. Understood. It's just that I at one time didn't really I believe in the moon landing, but when the moon landing, it's like there's someone like on the moon watching the other thing go off, and they just left him to die there. Like it there seems to be a lot of inaccuracies the way it was filmed. I believe we went there, but the moon landing itself, it seems like there's some holes in it. But as I said, I also thought the same way at one time. I could be wrong, but yeah, it's just definitely there's some inconsistencies with it, in my opinion. And we could agree to disagree. That's fine. Holes in the moon. Yeah, yeah. Very bright and moved at speeds unbelievable. What I think is contained at Area 51 is, I believe there are alien crafts. I believe there's alien crafts. Yes, Nana, the giveaway on the moon landing was a shadow of him. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and also the flag kind of moving around and the way they're hopping. It's kind of silly. Yeah, and yeah, so that's what I think with Area 51 is that it has extraterrestrial bodies there, maybe extraterrestrials being held captive, and there's definitely craft there from aliens. And other government experimental stuff there too. That's what I think is there. The movie specific plot about Dr. Abigail, an abducted fictional town in Alaska. Between the 60s and 2004, approximately 24 people report missing from the small town, roughly 4,000 residents. Target population, many missing with were Alaska native men who have traveled to Nome for surrounding smaller villages. Ongoing cases. Disappearances continue to this day, such as 2020 case of Florence Oak Piluku, who vanished from the beach just outside Nome before being found. Conclusion: FBI concluded that the disappearances were not the work of the serial deleter or extraterrestrials, and they think it's alcohol consumption in harsh Arctic climate. But I do think that it was extraterrestrials. Okay, Moose says just to subvert attention for an hour. Oh, what do you mean? The moon landing? Because I could explain why. All right. And as I think, they were having a race with Russia, and they want to show that they got there first and prove that. Oh, okay, Moose. Okay. Yeah. Because there's all kinds of political reasons and cultural reasons why they may have faked the moon landing. What was hidden? The firmament, God, angels, aliens, a boy. You better have a lot of cultural reasons then. Right. And but question is, what was the purpose of the fake and hide? Okay, no, it's just if you look at the footage, it clearly was something that was staged, and it was clearly a movie set. That's basically what the reason is. It's just that there are so many things there, like the way it was set up and the way the filming was, is just for whatever the reason was. There are plenty of reasons. Is that it was not. We didn't go to the moon at that particular moment, in my opinion. Right. And in the context of the movie's logic, the theory of aliens are behind the disappearances of Nome, Alaska, is built on a few core hypothetical pillars. All right. The screen memory of owls. See. The theme saw a white owl watching them at night. Hypnotic regression in the movie suggests is a screen memory, a false image created by the human brain or implanted by the aliens to mask the traumatic sightings of a gray alien's large dark eyes. Okay. And yeah, no, the you're saying like the craft that they went to space with, it doesn't. I'm no scientist or anything, and some of you may think that it might be obvious about that, but it doesn't seem like that would have even really worked going there either. Because the reason is completely irrelevant. It's just that there's questions about the way it looks and the way they did the video. Because we could strawman the thing all day about what the reasons were, but it's like the reason being is that the video is not authentic looking. As I said, there's all kinds of reasons, I'm sure, and we were in a space race with Russia, but it just, to me, it does not seem like an authentic video from the things that I've seen. And thank you for your question, Moose. And Zumi says, where I used to live, walk past the old home, and owl sitting, they're looking in the window, watching the family. Hey, Remy. Remy is a companion of mine I've known for a long time. So shout out to Remy. Yeah, Remy, we are talking about the moon landing not being real and other things. And we're also talking about aliens and wolves. Yeah, good morning, Remy. Okay, and it says everything I suppose to get better. Everything has gotten better. This hit me the wall. Okay, let's see. Moose says I'll leave for now, but maybe we can come back to the thought with some footage on stream. I'm not too sure what DMCA is, but yeah, there is definitely some videos we could react to about the moon landing, and we could look at it together to see uh, if it's really real or not. Because there's been some stuff that I've seen that made me question it. So I definitely will look forward to that. Moose, I don't see. I've played some stuff and had copyright issues with it, but I don't know. Maybe we'll try it out and see what happens. It's like there's some stuff that I I could play on the stream, but yeah, we'll definitely try it out. All right. They're going to the back to the moon allegedly. Okay, Remy, thank you, thank you. And Izumi says the black ship on the fourth movie and the same black ships sucking plasma from the sun. Okay, got you. All right. Ancient Sumerian connection. The film posts these beings have visited Earth for thousands of years, and the alien voices recorded during the abductions are identified as ancient Sumerian and extinct language isolate. The theory suggests these beings were the gods of ancient Mesopotamia, Anu, and have returned to continue the abductions. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, I believe that we went to the moon, but maybe not at that very moment, that very incident. Right. Well, yeah, but definitely they're going back again. Okay. Hopefully that when they go back again, it'll be successful. We are talking about theology and okay. Oh, let's see. I don't see anything that I don't see anything right. What was racist? I don't see what you're talking about. Let's see anyway, and the Alaskan Triangle hypothesis. Real world lore often places Nome near the Alaskan Triangle, an area with statistically higher rate of disappearances like Bermuda Triangle. Hypothetically, theorists suggest this region may contain energy vortexes or permanent portals. All right. All right. So let's see. The next part with okay, thank you, UAP. I appreciate it. All right, so we're going to yeah. It's like chat. Y'all doing all right, chat? I don't know what the issue is, but okay, so we're going to continue this right here. Let's see. Okay, let's do summary of the plot of the movie. All right, oh no, Phil, you don't have to remove your comment. You know, she always gets upset over everything. You know, you're not doing anything wrong. All right, so anyway, yeah, you don't have to delete your comment. Just say what you're gonna say. And sci-fi horror mockumentary centering on psychologist Dr. Abigail Tyler as she investigates the supposed alien abductions in Nome, Alaska, marked by sightings of white owl patterns recalling trauma under hypnosis. The plot involves Dr. Tyler discovering recordings of ancient Sumerian, a series of violent patent incidents and abductions of her own daughter, as the film questions whether these events are real result of her own psychological breakdown. All right, we're not going to be, disrupting the stream. We're going to focus on the topic. All right. All right. So chat, just keep doing what you're doing. And Zumi says, watch the ending of The Fourth Kind, Abigail Tyler, and Beings Black, and grabs her, slowing down OG. Yeah, that is a very spooky part of the movie. Yeah. All right. And let's go here. The next part. Hey, that is movie plot. Okay, Serpent Cryptid. All right, the Oki Melby is perhaps the legendary serpent cryptid, an African continent rumored to inhabit the vast unexplored swamps of the Congo River Basin. And described as living dinosaur, it is said to possess a long, flexible neck and a thick, serpentine body resembling the sauropod, while cryptozoologists often characterized it as a relic from the Mesozoic era. Local in the oral traditions described it as more of a spiritual entity or physical manifestation of the river's power. Yeah, but mods and chat, y'all are doing fine. Just do as you're doing. All right. Shout out to you, Phil. You're glad to have you here. North America, the Ogopogo of Lake Okanagan in British Columbia stands as a prominent example of the serpent lake monster. Descriptions typically depict the creature 40 to 50 feet long with dark, undulating humps that break the surface of water like a giant sea snake. Indigenous Silix folklore predates the modern sightings, referring to a being as Naika a sacred spirit of the lake that required offerings for safe passage, leading to the line between biological animals and supernatural guards. Lake monster, I believe. Right. A good point. Yes, Nigerian cryptid. Theory is frequently used by researchers to explain many sea serpents sightings across the globe. This prehistoric whale, which possessed an elongated eel-like body and vegetable hind limbs, lived millions of years ago, but fits the physical profile of many modern reports. Proponents of this theory suggest that the small populations may have survived in deep sea trenches or remote coastal waters, occasionally surfacing and being misidentified by sailors as mythical monsters and giant snakes. In South America, the Yakayuma is a terrifying cryptid of the Amazon rainforest, described as a gargantuan snake, lengths of 100 feet, according to local legends. This mother of water is a massive that it knocked down trees, divert flow, and rivers simply by moving body, while skeptics argue these are merely exaggerated accounts of exceptionally large green anaconda. Sheer scale of the Ukama. And tribal lore suggests the creature far beyond known by biological limits. Finally, the caddy of Pacific Northwest represents the coastal long-necked serpent archetype. Report the frequently off the coast. Hello, Danielle. Good morning to you. Finally, the caddy, the Pacific Northwest represents the coastal long-necked serpent archetype, reported frequently off the coast of British Columbia and Washington State. It's described as having a camel-like head and series of vertical coils. Unlike many other cryptids, caddy has been subject of grainy photographs and even a 1937 carcass discovery inside the stomach of a whale, which remains a point of intense debate among marine biologists enthusiasts alike. All right, Nessie connection. Central theme of the cryptozoology, where the Loch Ness monster serves as the universal archetype for the necked, laked, and sea serpents worldwide. This connection is built on shared biological theories, historical folklore, and common eyewitness descriptions. The most significant connection, plus plesiosaur hypothesis since 1930s, Nessie has been widely depicted as surviving prehistoric marine reptile, the same model as applied to other cousins as cryptobiology. Yeah, hit the like button, subscribe, right? Mowgli, Congo, is often of the sauropod is a frequently compared Nessie due to its similar aquatic long-necked profile. All right, so this is definitely a similar entity to Nessie. The Basilosaurus theory, some researchers suggest that Nessie and other sea serpents are actually Basilosaurus, an extinct genus of primitive whales with long serpent bodies. Recent paleontological finds, such as Plesiosaurus fossils and freshwater river systems in Morocco, have provided plausible scientific base for how creatures could survive landlocked and Loch Ness lakes. All right, skeptics argue that the strongest connection is a psychological Nessie image became so globally famous in 1933 sightings that it creates a stereotype for what the lake's monster should look like. This led to witnesses at other lakes who might have seen a large eel, a line of seals, or even drifting wood to describe using now standard Nessie terminology. Cryptozoologists often map these creatures as part of a global family of related species. The Nahuleto, the Icelandic, the Chessie, and Chesapeake. Also frequently grouped in Nessie's relatives because they share the same bipedal cane serpent, long neck. What is going on, alien? Been a while. Just came to say hi before bed. All right, so what I'm doing is we talk about theology and aliens and cryptids and stuff. That is what we were doing. We've gotten over 2,000 views, by the way. That's pretty cool. All right. Okay, let's... I'll answer that right now, Nana. As a late... Okay. March 1, 2026. A visitor in Bath, Sasha, filmed the incredible anomaly moving and breaking neck speed against the waves approximately 6 p.m. Experts have described the high velocity movements, particularly explaining the use of local wildlife. March 5, 2026. Longtime webcam watcher Eon O. Fyodahan reported the year's first virtual sighting. He observed a large black object bobbing in the water against the current while viewing a live feed from Klansman Hotel. October 15, 2025. Holy reported seeing a dark shape sticking out of water for 20 to 30 seconds. It was moving quickly from the middle of the loch toward the left shore before vanishing. January 29, the first potential sightings of 2025 is recorded in Doris Beach, where witnesses photographed dark mass beneath the water surface. Okay, and let's see. So those are the last Loch Ness sightings. I think the ice wall is a plausible theory that hypothetically could be true. All right. See you later, Danielle. Thanks for coming. So I think that it's possible. Definitely a plausible theory about that. All right, this is another cryptid called the hoop snake. It's one of the America's oldest and most unique terrestrial cryptids, primarily found in folklore from East Coast to the Ozarks. Behavior: it is said to grasp its tail in its mouth and roll like a wheel to chase prey at speeds of 60 miles per hour. Often described as a large black snake with venomous stinger or horns on the tip of its tail. Legend: folklore suggests that venom is... I've not heard of that, no. Appearance: often described as a large black snake with venomous stinger or horn on the tip of its tail. Folklore suggests that venom is so potent that the snake misses its target and strikes a tree. A tree will swell and die within an hour. Known as Nessie, Chessie is the sea serpent reported in Chesapeake Bay in 1936. Appearance: most witnesses describe a certain creature 25 to 40 feet long, in dark color, and roughly as thick as a telephone pole. Notable evidence: in 1982, Robert Frew captured a grainy footage of long dark objects moving against the tide near the Bay Bridge. Okay, in the Altamaha, Georgia. Appearance: it is typically described as a 20 to 70 feet long with a snake, like a body, bony ridge along its back, similar to the Strugion and crocodile-like snout. Origins: the local Muskogee Creek legends of giant hissing snake-like animal predate European colonization. Modern sightings report continue the 21st century with localized carcasses washing up, usually identified as decomposing sharks or sturgeons. Champ, New York, Vermont. While often compared to the plesiosaur champ of Lake Champlain, is frequently reported as a massive serpent beast up to 60 feet long. The first report sightings dates back to 1609 by the French explorer Samuel de Champlain. The most famous piece of evidence is the Mansi photograph of 1977, which appears to show long-necked creature with dark black rising out of the water. known as Whitey. The cryptid was in Arkansas, widely reported in 1973. An Arkansas state legislature created the White River Monster Refuge to protect it. It is described as a gray-skinned serpent creature as wide as a car and cars long, 3 cars long. Some researchers hypothesize it could wandering elephant seal that made its way up to the river through the snake-like description persists. Okay, UAP says there are legends of giant serpents with the Australian Aboriginal mythology depicted on a cave drawings too. There were explorers who claimed to have flown over the ice wall and seen pyramids made of ice. Oh, really? I've never heard of that part. I never heard that part of the theory. So, made of ice and pyramids made of ice. That's really cool. That's very interesting. I definitely believe that they're connected with the pyramids that we have in our land. So, thank you for filling in on that. Let's look at this one. All right, now the Pombrero. Pombrero is a legendary humanoid cryptid from Guarani mythology, primarily feared and respected in Paraguay, northeast Argentina, and southern Brazil, known as the Lord Knight. He is considered protector of the forest and its wildlife. Stature, he consistently described as a short, stocky, gnome-like being, extreme hairlessness. His entire body is covered in thick fur or hair, so much that his feet are covered, earning him the nickname Hairy Feet. Some legends claim they are reversed heels, and he often wears a large straw hat, long arms, and make himself invisible. Okay. Behavioral powers. Okay. May you fight the strength of 10 full-grown men. Okay, interesting. Nice. Interesting quote. All right. And he fiercely protects birds and trees. He is said to attack those who hunt more than they need to chop down trees without purpose. Mimicry. He can perfectly imitate the sounds of nocturnal animals and birds, and he often announces his presence with bone-chilling high-pitched whistle. Mischief. Rural residents blame him for unexplainable events like braided horse, manes, and stolen eggs or honey, and castle being set loose. He's often associated with the abduction of the ungrateful girls and suddenly unexplained pregnancy of women, sometimes said to occur just as a touch, hairy hands. All right. Hello, Range. Okay, thank you. Heavy chemtrails here in NW Maine yesterday. Okay. Yeah, those chemtrails are really bad, and I've heard about them over Arkansas. Yeah, I heard about them in Arkansas, so I definitely think that they are real, and it's something really rad. So, but they're dumping all over the people. They want to try to do the population control and all the other messed up things they're doing. So, thank you for filling me in on that. I appreciate it. You see, we talked about that the other day. I do not think it's a coincidence. I think that it's all connected. It's yeah. Hit the like button, subscribe. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I appreciate that, Nana. And the rain is coming. Yeah, see, the rain is coming after the chemtrails happen because they're doing the cloud seeding weather control. Not a coincidence at all. And let's go here. This other one. Yeah, Range, that was a mistake, by the way. Your comment was mistakenly deleted. I suppose. And you see, okay, thank you, UAP. Hey, Noah, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Shout out to Nana, thank you for being here. Let's see. Thank you, Noah. Appreciate it. Often characterized as undead, the original demonic shape-shifting cryptid from the ancient Arabian Mesopotamian folklore, like zombies, which are reanimated corpses. Traditionally, ghouls are often considered malevolent species, the jinn born of smokeless fire. True form, often depicted as hunched, pale, emaciated humanoid, many accounts describe them with donkey hooves or hairy canine legs. Starvation states. A well-fed ghoul can look perfectly human, but as it starves, it becomes gaunt with visible veins, long claws, and bestial features. Liars, they are famously associated with cemeteries and brutal caves, but they also inhabit ruins, remote mountains, and deep desert wastes. Shapeshifting, their most dangerous trait is the ability to mimic the form of those they have eaten in the desert. They often take a form of an attractive woman to lure travelers into the doom. According to legend, the ghoul can be killed with a single strike of a sword. A second blow is said miraculously to revive the creature. Heightened senses. They possess an acute sense of smell, detect carrion or isolated humans, can be moved with supernatural speed on all fours. A famous trail camera photo showed that a pale creature with glowing eyes, while many people believe it's a hoax or a rake. The SMK Chepla, Malaysia. Mass hysteria boarding school followed the sightings of a dark humanoid-like creature. Locals claimed it was a jinn or ghoul disturbing by pollution or forest grounds. Rural West Virginia. There are alleged accounts of 2 survivors encountering slaying a family of cannibalistic pale humanoids in the woods that were later labeled as ghouls and cryptid circles. Arabian Nights. The translation Gaaren introduced the idea of ghouls in graveyard and scavengers. Arabian Nights. Lovecraft. Stories rummaging ghouls and distinct race of subterranean dog-faced beings that weren't always miraculous, but lived in a diet of some human remains. George Romero. In The Night of the Living Dead, the flesh eaters originally called the ghouls by director only after media reports began calling them zombies. All right, and let's see this. It's a graveyard monster. Yes. Yes, I've heard of that. Now let's go there. I'll explain to you what that is. Okay. I'll explain what that is. So let's go here. The Great Wall of China is a massive series of fortifications and natural barriers built over 2,300 years to protect China's northern borders. It is not a single continuous wall, but known as a wall of trenches and towers stretching roughly 13,000 miles. Purpose and function. Military defense, designed to prevent the incursions of by nomadic tribes, such as the Xiongnu and the later Mongols. Mongols were a huge empire that existed from Asia and they invaded Europe. They were huge. It featured a watchtowers for every warning, use smoke, and fire signals. Troops and barracks. Trade regulation. The wall helped to control immigration and allowed for the imposition of duties on goods and transport along the Silk Road. Symbolism. Today, it stands as a powerful icon of Chinese identity and engineering resilience. Early walls, 17th to 4th century BCE, individual states built separate walls to protect their own territories. Qin Dynasty, 221 to 206 BCE. Emperor Qin Shi Hung unverified the states and ordered the connection of these existing walls into the single system known as a 10,000 li long wall. Han Dynasty was 206 BCE, 220 CE, expanded the wall further west of the Gobi Desert to protect the trade routes. Ming Dynasty built the most famous and well-preserved sections using bricks and stone rather than trampled earth. Tamped earth. It was mountainous range, plains, used rammed earth. Okay, thank you, Fifi. Melly trial hearing today. All right, got you. Ming era introduced the high-quality bricks and lime mortar, legendary stories, and sticky rice. All right, I'm going to show you a picture of the Great Wall. All right. Okay, that's the wrong one. All right, no, this is the Great Wall of China. Right there. And that is the map of it. Okay, there's another scene. That's another part of it. It's very cool. And that is that from another view, right here. And it's pictures of the Great Wall of China. There you go. Those are the people on it. Thank you. Yes. Subscribe to Alien Spaceship. Yes. Gemix. Mm-hmm. All right. So that is the Great Wall. The Loup-Garou is a legendary werewolf-like cryptid and deeply in folklore and the bayous. Its name is a corruption of the French Loup-Garou, where the wolf and the garou means Frankish term for man-wolf. Unlike cinematic werewolf that changes with the full moon, the Rougarou is often described as a person under a curse that lasts for 101 days. During this period, the afflicted person transforms into a massive bipedal creature with the head of a wolf or a dog that glows red, prowling the swamps in search of human flesh. Origins of the legend. Tied to both Catholic and traditional social construction with the swamp communities, Traditionally, the story was used by elders as cautionary tale to frighten children into obeying or ensuring adults followed religious observations. One of the most common triggers for the curse was said to be failing to observe Lent or for 7 consecutive years. This religious element made the Rougarou more of an enforcer than a physical manifestation of faith and community standards. In terms of biological rules, the Rougarou curse is highly contagious but operates under a specific set of supernatural laws. It is often passed from one person to another through the drawing of blood. If Uru bites the scratches of a human is destined to become the next beast. However, curse can be broken if the victim manages to survive the 101 days without telling anyone about their encounter. If they speak of the transformation before time is up, they are doomed to remain monster forever or face the gruesome death. Unlike the Wolfman, the Hollywood many sightings describe the creature as having a more swamp adapted appearance. Witnesses often report a creature that is incredibly tall and thin, covered in dark, matted, or fur that smells of swamp. Unlike the Wolfman, the Hollywood many sightings describe creatures having a more swamp-adapted appearance. Witnesses often report the creature that is increasingly tall, thin, covered in dark, matted appearance. Swamp smells like swamp rot or sulfur. Its movements are described as unnervingly fast and silent. Despite its large size, some variations of legend even suggests the Rougarou can take the form of other animals, such as a giant white dog or even headless horseman, depending on specific region of the basin. The Rougarou has transcended from figure of genuine terror to a celebrated cultural icon, and different cities host annual feasts for it. Family, friends, and events of legend while raising money, coastal wetlands or preservation. This modern evolution shows how Cryptid has become a symbol of the mysterious and resilient nature of Louisiana Bayou itself. A reminder of the wild, untamable spirit that still exists in a deep swamp where veil between natural and supernatural remain thin. Okay, thank you. Okay. In my opinion, I think something like that either exists. No, I think it either existed or it does exist. Yeah, I think something like that is out there. But some things are not. Some things are made up, but it could be real. The bunyip is Australia's most famous indigenous cryptid, a legendary water-dwelling creature that's said to inhabit the billabongs of the swamp creeks, riverbeds, and Australian outback. The name originates from the Weba language of the Aboriginal people of Victoria, where it originally translated to spirit or devil. unlike many cryptids with a single uniform appearance. Descriptions of bunyip vary widely between regions, sometimes depicted as a giant starfish, a dog-faced creature with a duck-like bill, or a maned serpent with horse's tail. Aboriginal traditions often describe the bunyip as a supernatural guardian of the waterways that pushes those who disrespect the land. It's famous associated with terrifying bombing or roar rhythmic shuffling. Oh, that is awesome. Sound that echoes across the water at night. Many European settlers at the 1800s took these stories literally, believing that bunyip was real undiscovered animal. This led bunyip forever, where newspaper frequently reported sightings of strange aquatic beasts that snatched cattle or even children from water's edge. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you, Phil. All right, Noah. All right, Noah. Uh, have fun with that. Okay. And the Goatman. All right. We'll talk about that next. One of the most popular scientific theories is that the Bunyip legend, cultural memory of the Diprotodon, was a prehistoric giant wombat, size of the rhinoceros, that lived alongside early humans in Australia before going extinct roughly 25 to 50,000 years ago. Because the Diprotodon was heavily marsh dwelling, herbivore, its skeletal remains and habitat likely fueled the description of massive lumberjack beasts lived in mud reeds and interior. The lizard man, okay, interesting. Mid 19th century, the hunt for Billipip became the intense, and that Australian museum in Sydney actually displayed the bunyip skull in 1847. It drew massive crowd and sparked a national debate until it was eventually identified as a deformed skull of a young fowl or calf. Despite the debunking, the creature remains a potent symbol in Australian culture, shifting from a feared predator to a beloved character in children's literature, such as the famous book of the Creek of Bunyip. All right, so let's do Goatman. Goatman is a widespread American urban legend and cryptid primarily described as 7 foot tall, axe wielding hybrid with upper body of a man and fur covered in lower body and horns of a goat. While versions of the creature appear across the United States, three of the most famous literations of Maryland, Goatman in Pope Lick Monster in Kentucky. Most notorious version resides in Prince George's County, particularly around Fletchertown Road and woods of Bowie. Mad scientist origins. The most popular legend claims he was a scientist at the Beltsville Agriculture Research Center whose DNA experiments with goats backfired. mutating him into vengeful, bloodthirsty beast. Vengeful Hermit. Another variation tells of an old hermit who lived with goats after local teenagers slaughtered his flock for sport, and he went insane, and now he hunts youngsters with double-edged blade axe. Denton, Texas. Goatman is a specific figure in the haunting of Old Alton Bridge. Legend of Oscar Washburn. Yeah, Bigfoot. Bigfoot. Legend of Oscar Washburn. Unlike the Maryland monster, this version is tied to a dark history. Legend says successful black goat farmer named Oscar Washburn was lynched by the Klan on the bridge in 38. His body supposedly vanished, and his spirit transformed into a demonic satyr protected by the intruders. Locals believe if you knock on the bridge 3 times at midnight or turn off your camera lights and honk, your car lights and honk, the Goatman will appear, often accompanied by a smell of decaying flesh. Kentucky's version lives beneath a high railroad trestle over Pope Lick Creek in Louisville. Circus freak origin. One of the common tale is the creature was a circus freak that escaped after the train derailment of the trestle. Deadly lures. The version is uniquely dangerous because it is said to use hypnosis or voice mimicry to lure trespassers and to achieve train tracks, just as the locomotive approaches. Legend tragically led to several real-life deaths of the thrill seekers on the bridge. While mostly considered folklore, the Goatman legend was cemented in 70s and decapitation of the local family dog in Maryland blamed for the creature by residents. There's an Owlman. I'm scared. Let's see. The Owlman, known as the winged humanoid cryptid from British folklore, famously associated with Maunan. First reported in 76, the creature is often described as a man-sized owl with large wings, glowing red eyes, and black pinker claws. First sightings. In April 7, 1976, 2 young sisters in June, Vicky and Melanie, reported seeing a massive feathered birdman hovering above the tower of Mawan and St. Stephen Church. The encounter so terrified them that their father, Don Melling, immediately ended their family holiday. The Doc Shill connection. The sighting was first brought to the public attention by Tony Doc Shellis, a surrealist artist and paranormal researcher known for his involvement in hoaxes. Shellis coined the name Owlman based on the sketch provided by June Melling. While 1976 reports of the most famous, some unverified local legends suggest bird-like humanoid has been seen in the area since at least the 1920s. Appearance typically described as being 5'7" with a wingspan of approximately 10 feet. It features silver gray or brown feathers, pointed ear, and a large growing red eyes. Unlike more aggressive cryptids, the Owlman is primarily seen watching humans. Exactly, they're all men. Exactly, that shows that they're no good. And behavior. Unlike the more aggressive cryptids, the Owlman is primarily seen as watching humans from a high perches, such as the church tower. Tree branches is known for its silent flights and disturbing hisses or screeching sounds. Location focus. Almost all sightings have occurred in the immediate vicinity of the Maunan Church and surrounding dense woodlands. Following the initial 1976 reports, sporadic sightings were claimed throughout the lake 20th century, with a few reaching into the present. 1981, 1995. Reports of a 5-foot tall man, bird with glowing eyes, clawing wings, made by a couple and American tourist, respectively. September 2009, one of the more recent reported sightings occurred near the church. March 2026. Modern interest remains high with Dark Cornwall podcast, recently exploring the 50th anniversary of the legend and hosting community events like Owlman mask making workshops. Misidentified birds. The leading skeptical theory is that the witnesses are seeing Eurasian eagle owl or barn owl. Yeah, all the cryptids, they congregate a lot of times at Area 51. Yeah. Eagle owls can have 6-foot wingspan and a striking features that appear much longer and humanoid in the dark. Owlman is connected with Mothman. Charles, pretty much everyone is. Not everyone's a mod, but most people are. Yes. Mothman and Owlman are basically the same entity. Right. Just different regions call them different things. Lizard Man, a famous American cryptid from Lee County, South Carolina, first gaining national attention in 1988. The creature is described as a 7-foot tall bipedal humanoid with scaly green skin and glowing red eyes. While changing flat tire near Scape or Swamp, Davis reported the creature running toward him from the darkness. Attack. Davis scrambled into his car, but the creature jumped onto the roof, clinging to his, scratching the metal as he sped away. Physical evidence. When Davis reached home, his car had deep scratches and damaged side view of the mirror. And he passed the polygraph test. Well, there is a lot of grainy footage. Maybe there's either back in the past, the phones and the cameras were not as good as they are now. Maybe it does something to the phones. Maybe it has some sort of magnetic field to it that causes the camera to glitch, or maybe somebody's mishandling the camera incorrectly. Approximately 7 feet tall, appearance muscular, covered in scaly like skin, glowing red eyes, and 3-fingered hands with long claws. Plaster casts taken by Lee County Sheriff's Department revealed large street toe tracks about 14 inches long. The Lizard Man has become mascot of the Bishopville, which now embraces the legend rather than fearing it. Lizard Man Stomp, an annual festival held in Bishopville to celebrate the folklore with music, food, and theme food. All right, so that's Lizard Man. So, yeah. I hear you, Ryan. I hear you. I still think that there are cryptids out there. That's true. I hear you. Let's see here. They're all men, and they're all cryptids. Yeah, it's interesting. Some of these I've not heard of before, so it's nice talking about them. Let's see this. Mothman is one of the most famous American cryptids, described as 7-foot tall winged humanoid with glowing red eyes. While its legend rooted in the 60s point to Pleasant, West Virginia, it has evolved into a global phenomenon and modern cultural icon. The original 66 to 67 legend. Mothman first appeared in Point Pleasant, West Virginia in 66. The first sightings, 2 couples reported being chased by a man-sized bird with red eyes near the abandoned World War II mutants plant known as TNT area. I agree, Tone. There definitely has to be many cryptids out there. Yeah, absolutely. And it's possible they're part of some experiment and they broke away. Harboring of Doom. From 13 months, dozens of people reported sightings that period accumulated in For 13 months, dozens of people reported sightings. This period accumulated the tragic Silver Bridge collapse in December 1567, which killed 46 people. John Keel popularized the idea of the book, The Mothman Prophecies, creature linked to UFOs, Men in Black. It's usually seen when something bad's about to happen, and it starts, like when a bridge was about to collapse, it appeared. That's what it certainly does, Modern sightings, 2024 to 2026. Chicago Phantoms. Since 2017, hundreds of sightings have been reported around Chicago, Illinois, particularly near O'Hara International Airport. Early 2026 report emerged that Mothman-like figured haunting a family in Des Plaines, Illinois. Illinois roadways. Witness in southern Illinois reported red-eye creature with massive wingspan disappearing into the sky in October 2025. Midwest expansion. News reports surfaced in Indiana in late 2025 describing a shadow-like figure with piercing red eyes stalking back roads and foggy banks. The sightings in Chalksburg, WV, appeared on social media. That is true. There were Mothman sightings on September 11th. Yeah, that is correct. Midwest expansion. News reports surfaced in Indiana in late 2025 describing a shadow-like figure with piercing red eyes stalking the back roads of the foggy banks. Yeah, exactly. Like it's Batman, really. Yeah, exactly. Facts. There's a Mothman festival. All right. Chicago Mothman has become a major legend with a significant cluster of sightings concentrated around O'Hare International Airport. Since roughly 2011, peaking in 2017, airport employees and travelers have reported a tall-winged humanoid stalking the grounds. Notable O'Hare. Postal working sightings. One of the most famous reports involved U.S. Postal Service worker who was walking to her car shortly sorting the facility near the airport. She saw a tall figure she thought was a person until it looked at her with glowing red eyes, unflurried by massive wings, and screeched before taking off. Cargo facilities. Encounters. Multiple reports have come from the cargo area and the south of terminals. One witness picking up shipment describing a person with outstretched, flapping wings on the airport fence. Security officer sightings. A security officer reported large, dark figure with red eyes that unfurled the wings that flew away when approached. Concourse. The terrestrial reports pilot and ground crew have occasionally reported seeing dark silhouette perched on light poles and fencing at night. Banshee is a counterpart of Mothman. Okay. Height 6 feet tall, membrane like bat with wingspan exceeding 10 feet. Eyes strikingly bright red, orange, green, or glowing eyes. Skin fur sometimes described as covered in dark fur, while others appear earthy or even shiny wet. All right. It's time for the Banshee. Okay. And a jaguar man and a parakeet, a parrot man, and a raccoon man and a possum man too. All right. Vash says the high concentration of Irish and Scottish descents in Virginia has led to the theory that Mothman legend is a modern adaptation of the Celtic Banshee story. All right. All right, let's get into the Banshee part. Banshee is a female spirit whose mournful wail or high-pitched scream foretells the immediate death of a family member. Unlike many cryptids, she is rarely portrayed as a physically harmful. She is a herald of mourner rather than a predator. No. She is a mourner rather than a predator. Banshee is the shapeshifter that typically appears in one of three guises, which some scholars, like the Celtic triple goddess, maiden, mother, and crone. The young woman, an ethereal, beautiful maiden with long flowing hair, red, silver, pale skin. Stately matroon, a woman of middle age, often seen as mourning mother. Old hag, terrifying crouching cone with white hair, red eyes from constant weeping and tattered clothing. Often seen wearing gray hooded cloak with white gray, frequently depicted as combing her hair with silver comb. caning tradition. The legend likely evolved from the real-world medieval practice of caning, who paid wail and sang sorrowful laments. Noble lineage. Traditional folklore claims that only follows families of Malaysian stock, specifically those with O, Mac, and Mick prefixes such as O'Neill, O'Brien's, O'Connor's. Family guardian. Rather than being evil, she often was viewed as guardian spirit, deeply connected with her family and grieves with them. Scared. That is wild. Oh, thank you for all the likes. Nice. Nice. All right, so the Irish and Scottish folklore, the silver comb and the washer and Ford represent the most common ways humans interact with these death omens. In Ireland, the banshee is frequently seen as sitting by a river stone, brushing her long flowing hair with silver comb. The object is powerful and dangerous talisman in local folklore. Legend that if you find a silver comb, yeah, facts, facts. 81 likes. Yeah, thank you for all the likes. I appreciate it. And 25 over 2,500 views. Facts. Some of the notables are Monkey Man, Pigman, and Sheep. Oh, really? Come on. All right, I gotta look that up after this. If you find silver comb lying on the ground in Ireland, you must never pick it up. It is believed that the banshee leaves it to test or trap. Consequences: anyone who takes the comb will be stalked by a spirit. She will then follow them to their home, wailing and scratching at doors and windows until the object is returned. To return the comb without being snatched away by her cold skeletal hands, one of the most iron thongs, not thongs, I'm thinking about frog, iron tongs, to have had it through the window, ensuring no physical contact is made. All right, the bean washer. No, the bean. Okay. Scottish counterpart, the banshee, is Bean Niki. Ben Naya. While she is also foretells the death of her behavior is much more specific, interactive than the Irish spirit. Omen. She is found in remote streams or fords, hunched over, washing the blood-stained grave clothes of those about to die. If a traveler sees her washing a shirt or shroud that looks like their own, their death is immediate. Physical appearance. She is often described as the uglier than Irish banshee, sometimes having only one nostril, a large protruding tooth, or webbed feet. Unlike the banshee with who is avoided, the Scottish lore says a brave person can capture being Nahay by sneaking up behind her. So I expect the hood to have to sneak up behind. Capturing spirits. Unlike Banshee, the two best of avoided Scottish lore says a brave person can capture a... Okay, I've read that already. 3 wishes. If you grab her, the suckle of her breast, claiming to be her foster child, she is bound to answer 3 questions truthfully or grant 3 wishes. However, in exchange, you must answer 3 questions honestly. All right. Irish and Scottish folklore, the fairy mounds, ancient earthen structures believed to be portals to otherworld and permanent homes of AOC, people of the mounds. While they appear naturally grassy hills, prehistoric ruins they treat with extreme caution, reverence, and thoughtfulness. Yeah, creepy shit. Mythology. Thutha, Diana. According to legends, Thutha, a race god of god-like beings who ruled the ancient Ireland, retreated into these mounds after being defeated by the Melanesians, ancestors of modern humans. They used their magic to shrink themselves to create a parallel invisible world. Ring forts, fairy frost forts. Okay, remains the circular iron dwelling, who they were originally homestead folklore, suggests that fairies moved in after they're abandoned. Passage tombs. Massive Neolithic structures like the the New Grange are often considered the places of high-ranking fairy kings, such as the Dagada or his son Aranas Og. See, natural hillocks. Some of the mounds are naturally formed, but carried names like Nakshi due to centers of the reported supernatural activity. And also, let's see right here. Let's see. The Daga New. See, there's a picture actually trying to show right there. That is the that is the famous fairy mound. Right there. It looks like the pastures from like the Windows computer, the Windows XP. All right. Don't disturb the earth is widely believed to be that tampering with a mound brings severe bad luck or illness or even death. Even 21st century major infrastructures project the M3 motorway. Hey, you think the same thing, Tone? Yeah. Looks like the Windows screensaver. Yeah. Windows had some pretty good screensavers, I'll say. Definitely. The iron protection. If you find yourself lured into a mound by a fairy movie, Folklore, suggesting placing an iron knife in the entrance to prevent them from closing on you. All right. All right, let's see these different ones. Pigman, let's see this is real. Yeah, it was a real place in Simona, California. Now, it depends on what time of year that you see it because it looks kind of not the same. It, sometimes it has like crops on it. Yeah. Legend of Queen Maeve represents Ireland's most significant Neolithic treasure, while it celebrates the excavated, restored masterpiece. Cairn, a Knockreal remains a vast, untouchable enigma. Queen was a massive mound known as the Maeve's Heap, a traditional believed that final resting place of legendary warrior queen of Connacht was placed there. A legend. Folklore holds the Maeve was buried standing upright in full armor, spear in hand, facing her enemies in Ulster to guard her lands for eternity. The Gaaren is largest excavated Neolithic monuments in Europe, measuring 55 meters in diameter and meters high. It contains approximately 40,000 tons of stone. Archaeology status, remarkably, to Gaaren has never been excavated. Modern researchers using drone-based ground-penetrating radar has begun to scan interior identified chambers and anomalies without disrupting the stone. All right. Tone says, yeah, I saw some previous before and after in the famous field. It's drastically different, being that it was real. It's crazy how greener the grass and how much blue the sky was in the 90s. Absolutely. I've taken pictures before that look like that. And it just, certain with, different, probably different levels of pollution in the atmosphere and stuff. But yeah, it just, things are different back then, and definitely was cleaner skies and stuff. Where I am, I've taken pictures of the sky and the grass. It looks a lot like that. Well, my yard's like, the garden's quite, enchanting. So I guess my yard's an exception, but yeah, definitely if that was, it looked like it was animated or something, but no, it was real. And he took it in 96, and it was very nice. It was blue skies and very green grass, but that was iconic. I love that wallpaper. I remember it was everywhere. And Apple a couple of years ago used the same picture, but the way it looks now. So it looked like with all the crops on it and with the sun kind of shining, like the sun setting. So it looked different, but they kind of copied it a little bit and did the same thing. All right. Structure. The archaeological status remarkably has, okay, the white beacon. Evidence suggests that the entire mountain was once covered in brilliant white quartz. Okay, let's go here. And Windows wallpaper. The name of the iconic is the Bliss wallpaper. The image was taken by former National Geographic photographer Charles Chuck O'Rear in January 1996. The moment of Rear was driving through California's wine country to visit his girlfriend when he spotted the Perfect Hill camera. He used the Mamiya Riz 67 medium format camera in Fujifilm Velvia, which is known as its high color saturation. Despite the too perfect look, O'Rear is admitted to the photograph was not digitally altered or photoshopped. Why was the hill so green? The scene unique look was a result of the lucky timing. A Phylloxera infestation had forced local vineyard owner to color their vines for a few years early and leaving the hills bare. Winter rains. The heavy winter rains had just finished, causing the lush emerald green grass to grow in place of using the grapevines. Right. Yeah. Many people thought it was fake. Yeah. People thought it was fake. So the Phylloxera infestation had forced local vineyard owners to clear their vines a few years earlier, leaving hills bare. Heavy winter rains had just finished, causing the lush emerald green grass to grow in place of the usual grapevines. Microsoft discovered an image through the stock photograph agency owned by Cobras, owned by Gates. While the exact amount is secret due to confidentiality agreement, is that reported to be in the low six figures, one of the highest prices ever paid for a single photograph at the time. The original film was so valuable that no courier service would insure it. A Weir had to hand deliver it, the negatives, to Microsoft headquarters in person. All right, that's him. And that's the same hill, right? Right. And even there, it's a little bit different looking, but yeah, that's the exact spot he took it. Oh, Azumi, that's awesome. You're watching that. Definitely keep on keep on researching that. Definitely, that's important. Yes, I did, and I like it a lot. Thank you for telling me about it, Joseph. You see, Apple's wallpaper of Simona looks like that. But that's what it looks like now. I mean, that's what it used to look like during that incident. That's what it looks like now. But the Apple wallpaper they used for one of their versions was just like this. So they copied off of like when Windows did, but used a different version of it. Yeah. You visit the location now near the Simona County. It looks completely different. The land has been replanted, iconic rolling green slopes, once again, covered in vineyards. Ah, yeah, facts. Facts, Tone. Tone, that is awesome. A very, very nice wallpaper right there. Yeah, facts. And that's Simona. That was XP, and that one, you're welcome, Tone. It goes perfect with your wallpaper. Yeah, so you got, that's the Apple version right there, and then that's the original version. So they took the same picture, but they, you know, it looks totally different. Yeah. That was another one they did. Let's see, it looks kind of like the green ass in the sky. But yeah, definitely this is the OG right here. That's going to always be the OG. Yeah. This is another one right here. I like this one a lot. This one looked fake too. It's a desert. I definitely like the vintage Windows wallpapers. Yeah, facts. All right, let's go to another one I liked was this is in Washington. This is in Washington right here. This looks similar to Bliss. It's a different location, but it looks a lot like it. Palos, Washington. Oh, we're gonna check what desert it is in a moment, Tone. Tone, we're gonna check the desert in a moment. And this one is another one I liked. I used to, this one was one of my favorites. I used to make it at the wallpaper. It was really cool. It added such a theme with the computing. Like when you go on the computer and all, it would just add such a awesome thing to it. All right. Okay, let's go here. Red Moon Desert. The surreal deep red image was captured in Kalahari Gemsbok National Park, now part of the Kalahari in South Africa. So it is a South African desert. That's where the desert with the moon one comes from. And the photographs by Charles O'Rear, the same photographer who did the iconic Green Hill Bliss wallpaper. It was actually considered a candidate for the default XP wallpaper, but testers reportedly felt it looked a bit like a pair of buttocks, so Bliss was chosen instead. So it was supposed to be the original wallpaper, but because of it looked like buttocks, they had it, not have it that way. Yeah, so I definitely think that they need to start making wallpapers like that again for computers, because they were, I think it was much nicer before with those types of wallpapers. It was captured by, so the one with the moon and the mountain that night was, right. Yeah, definitely. The photographer captured by Mark Karras, who was provided by Blue Hills and Winter, simply pictured for Windows XP. Shot was taken from a vantage point approximately west and north, looking toward the summit of the mountain. Placement while the landscape was real, researchers have noted that the moon in a specific wallpaper appears to be upside down compared to how it would naturally appear from the latitude. Interesting. There's also wallpaper called Radiance that features the moon's surface and Mare, which shows Roger Reismere. Okay, autumn. Oh, I remember the autumn wallpaper one was good. I like that one a lot. Wallpaper features the road lined with red leafed trees and private driveway at Ontario, Canada, taken October 1999 by photographer Peter Borine while testing lenses. And the one with the mountain was in Washington. Red Desert, South Africa. All right. Let's see. All right. And that one was cool. So it's a private driveway in Canada. All right, so those were different locations where different when those wallpapers were taken. Okay. So, all right, now, this point in time, the stream's finished for the night. And we'll do it again tomorrow, most likely. This stream has broken a record for, you know, over 2,000 views. That's really cool. And we do these streams, you know, every day. So, nice. With 81 likes, we had some super chats and members and all, and appreciate every single one of you. We'll all make a great team, and thank you for the mods keeping trolls in check and those other people commenting about their different things. And peace.